All right. Welcome everybody to our December 10th regular council meeting. I'd like to start by first acknowledging that we're meeting on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. We have no late items today, but we do have two sets of minutes. We'll start with our regular council minutes from November 5th, 19th. Oh, okay. All right, so no errors or omissions that I can see, so we'll accept those unanimously. And Councillor Hillian.
Mr. Mayor, can't help noticing that it's a bit dark in the gallery. I'm just wondering if we can provide some light for the people who are here with us tonight.
Sure.
Thanks.
Perfect. All right, and so we've done our November 19th minute meetings, and we'll move on to the committee of the whole minutes from November 26th. And are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, we'll accept those unanimously as well. And we'll move into our first delegation from the Comox Valley Food Policy Council. And I believe we have Naomi, who's going to approach the podium.
Hello, good afternoon. I'll toggle with more persistence. There we go. My name is Naomi Robert. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon. I co-chair the Comox Valley Food Policy Council with Marito Prado, and I'm here today to speak very briefly about some of the work that we have planned for the upcoming year and how we hope to support the implementation of the City of Courtenay's OCP. I would also like to acknowledge that I live, work, play on the unceded and traditional territory of the Comox Nation, the traditional keepers of the land of plenty. I'll spend a little bit of time talking about who we are and what we do very briefly, and then more specifically about some of the projects we have planned, our scope of work for 2026. And then we'll be at time, which is a brief but delightful, hopefully 10 minutes together. So we are a advocacy forum and for policy development. As it relates to the food system, our structure is a hybrid of both civil society organizations as well as elected officials, representatives from each of the municipalities, the school district, and the RD. And we are fiscally hosted at Lush Valley Action Society, although we are not a program or a body of Lush. We have separate terms of reference. We are largely a volunteer forum. And we often collaborate with Lush as our mandate aligns, and they're great partners, but we exist outside of Lush, who focuses on program development and some incredible program delivery, and we're all about policy. So on that note, these are our priorities, largely or globally supporting policy and planning processes and implementation across the Comox Valley, particularly at the local and regional level. And then we have 4 thematic areas of focus related to emergency planning, ecosystem health, school food, and food access and agency. And those are revisited on an annual basis during strategic planning sessions. There's been some incredible leadership from the City of Courtenay, and we've had the pleasure of working with the city on a number of policy initiatives since we were established in 2019. Some examples here are input into the food systems chapter for the Courtenay OCP. The City of Courtenay was one of the early signatories onto the Island Food Charter, which a number of local governments in the valley as well as broadly on the island have since signed on as well. And then we were able to support some work around advocacy with the Coalition for Healthy School Food as well. This is some very fine print, but just to give an overview of our membership, we have a diverse group of folks on the Food Policy Council. We try to get as many different perspectives in the food system as possible, from farmers, food business owners, folks from Island Health, dietitians. We maintain networks with the Comox Valley Food Bank, as well as folks working in emergency food programming, apiary specialists. It's myself, I do research and policy, so a broad array of perspectives that we would like to bring to help implement some of the policies in the OCP. The food system chapter in particular has some incredible leadership from the city, and more broadly, just a really beautiful vision for the community. And you don't have to hear it from me. It's also quite an ambitious document. So we would like to lend the capacity that we have as appropriate to help support staff and some of the implementation for the policy in this plan. I have more specifically these 4 items that we are hoping to work on for 2026, and I'll walk through some of those things. So first, we piloted this past year what we call the Eat Comox Valley Local Economy Campaign, which was we were not expecting it to be as popular as it was, actually, but we developed these bingo cards of different ways that folks can interact and support the local food economy, distributed them to local businesses, and very quickly did not have enough resources or capacity to keep up with demand. About at least most of the businesses, we were only 15 businesses we were able to distribute the cards to, but most of them called us and asked us for more, other community organizations that were looking to participate as well. So we'd love to expand this next year, both in terms of reach, but also looping in other organizations who have connections to the local economy work, like Tourism Comox Valley, the Farmers Market, Growers Guide as well. We've been in contact with them. This we would hope would be able to support the motion from February 2025 around encouraging local economy actions, as well as several policies from Chapter 11 local economy. The next area where we're interested in looking is next year supporting pollinator habitat and stewardship. It's been a rough few years few decades more likely for pollinators, but we have been in some preliminary conversations with staff starting to understand some of the really incredible work that's happening on the ground, and we would love to help support this with the expertise and capacity that we are able to. Initiatives such as research and development of best practices, possible looking into sort of the designation of a bee city, which is something that the town of Comox has recently pursued, as well as research and development on implementing best practices on public and private land. And our hopes would that this would be advance a number of policies in the food system chapter, parks, as well as environment. The next area, we just finished in October, we wrapped up a year of research on policy on how to integrate food systems into emergency planning. And this was done for the village of Cumberland. And we have did a deep dive into 4 policy tools, as we're calling them, that can support emergency planning in a range of different capacities. One is around pre-established procurement agreements. One is neighborhood emergency preparedness programs. So how do we encourage and support communities coming together and building mutual aid programs for emergency response, local food procurement, and then supporting ecosystem stewardship and Indigenous food sovereignty work. And we would love to look at how this can apply to the city of Courtenay, what kinds of implementation programs can be appropriate, and how this can support some OCP work around emergency planning as it relates to food. And finally, broadly supporting ongoing planning and process planning and policy processes in the Comox Valley, and particularly in the city of Courtenay. There's some really exciting initiatives right now that we would love to be able to have more capacity contribute to. So the Better Together strategy, as well as the neighborhood networks. We understand from staff that they're in their preliminary stages in terms of the neighborhoods understanding what kind of work would be most appropriate or suitable for them. And we would also understood that there's a lot of intersections with food in that work. So whether it be emergency planning capacity or urban agriculture or pollinator initiatives as well, we would love to help support from a policy perspective what kind of work comes out of that initiative. We also understand the McPhee Meadows is an exciting place as well, and we would love to participate in some of those planning processes. And we also submit input into, by request, a number of planning processes again and strategies throughout the Comox Valley, probably about 10 or so letters per year, at least for different initiatives. The town of Comox, for example, last year we submitted input into their urban forestry strategy, as well as a number of other specific development-related plans. This is the proposed budget, which you'll of course have a copy of as well. The funding we're looking for 2026 for capacity for this work would contribute to the staff wage contribution for the fiscal host, where we are hosted. Similarly, administrative work for that fiscal host, some printing and communications, and we're largely we're a volunteer organization, so there's an in-kind representation there of time as well as in-kind contributions from our fiscal host. And that is all I have to say about that for now. So our request is to consider supporting this work in 2026 and the initiatives that we're excited to contribute to. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thanks, Naomi. You got a whole minute early here, so I really appreciate
going.
you seem to have everything fairly organized. Appreciate the financial request being articulated at the back there, and just wanted maybe on that one way to see if there's other people who have questions with that financial request. Is that a request just the city of Courtenay or to all the municipalities within the Comox Valley?
That is specifically for the city of Courtenay. We have the larger budget to operate the council is closer to 25,000.
Okay, and so Comox, Cumberland, and the regional district have all committed to, or they're getting the same presentation?
They haven't committed yet. We've previously been funded through the regional district,
Yep.
So we're in conversation with them.
Okay, excellent. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was just going to follow up the same budget questions, but historically you've been funded 100% through the regional district, or have we been contributing a bit as well?
100% to the regional
Yeah.
district, yeah.
And you foresee a difference, or you're looking for a larger budget, or?
We've been told that there's not the same level of funding available from the regional district, as there's been some changes in how their finances have been organized, and we're not as eligible for what we've previously had in grant and aid. That's my understanding.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, well, thanks for all the hard work you guys do, and I'm sure we'll consider this moving forward.
And maybe just as a follow-up on the financial question, given the fact that things are changing and we're all planning our budgets for next year, when do you need a commitment of that amount? And are you speaking with our staff as well at a staff level around the budget amounts?
We have some flexibility for timing, and it's certainly not an immediate need. We have budget, I believe, until March.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. I don't see any further questions, so I think you've answered all the questions that might have been brought up here, and so when we get an ask, and again, I think that was fairly articulated ask on the financial amount, we don't really contemplate those on the day of a delegation, so that'll be something that will likely come back through staff. Our next meeting is in January, so it's likely going to be a little bit into the future. So
Yeah, no problem. And if you
that's why I was a little concerned, because if you needed the money in January, then it might be a tighter turnaround. So glad to hear that you got things under control.
Okay, well, you have my email, so if anything else comes up, feel free to reach out.
All right, thanks, Naomi. All right, our next delegation is in Juror Projects, and I believe we have Bob Scragg coming up to speak. And if give me 1 second, I'll.
Good day, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Bob Scragg. I'm representing Endura Projects, the owner of Palace Place at 397 5th Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We're here because Palace Place was built to deliver exactly what council intended with the Downtown Revitalization Tax Exemption Program, a safer, denser, and more vibrant downtown. I've passed out to each of you a binder. It is the information I previously sent to all of you by email. I bring it forward today because I'm going to be referring to the schedules in it, so you can have a look in case what I sent to you before has been forgotten, lost, or just dismissed. Now, there we go. In 2019, the current Palace Place was a long-standing vacant lot. Council's goal was clear, and the Palace Apartments meets that goal. I refer you to Schedule B. And in Schedule B, you'll see that our goal is met, that today Endure invested $18 million of private investment and developed 39 residential rental apartments and 4 new commercial. In the process of that development, I direct you to Schedule E. It shows that Endure paid over $480,000 in development cost charges, and not shown here, at its cost, it upgraded the city's drainage system in that area. These are not conceptual benefits. They are real, delivered outcomes for the downtown Courtenay. Oops, hang on. Did I go to the right slide? Yes. Why we're here. Endure relied fully on staff guidance from the beginning, including the city's acknowledged COVID-related staffing shortages. And I give you in Schedule D the disclaimer that was put on every email that came from the staff at that time. At no stage was Endure or its representatives advised that the exemption application had to be submitted at the same time as the building permit. For further information, I would suggest looking at other communities, and I've listed some there on the page, who've done revitalization programs, and none of them have such a tripwire in their bylaw. They are more prescriptive in how it can be achieved, not how they can disqualify applicants. Silence felt like approval. Endure representatives and their architect at the preliminary meeting with staff were advised they qualified for the exemption. I refer you to Schedule C. The notes from the architect from Endure in the initial meeting do not show any requirement or mention of any requirement on timing. Further, on Schedule C1, the architect has reiterated that in writing, that at no time in meetings with staff or at the time of the application for the building permit was there notification of a timing requirement. I direct you to Schedule G, being a staff response to the application exemption in July 2023. There was no indication of a timing issue when applied for in July. I direct you to Schedule F. Again, a memo from staff, this time in October. Again, there is no mention of a timing issue, only a request for an application fee. It's not until 2.5 months later that it appears that staff became aware of the timing issue and revealed it to the applicant and denied the application. I refer you to their letter on Schedule H. Based on this set of communication and notes from the architect, staff were not cognizant or not aware of the need to notify applicants of this tripwire requirement until 5 months after discussion on application was commenced. The bylaw and the tripwire clause were, in my opinion, not placed in the bylaw to disqualify otherwise qualifying projects. I believe that if you check with the debates leading up to the passage of the bylaw, it was there to prevent application by owners to retroactively receive tax exemption for buildings that had already been built. I suggest that this was a drafting error and could have been addressed by embedding a statement to only permit tax exemption to those projects where building permit was approved subsequent to September 4th, 2018, the date of the enactment of the bylaw. At a risk of being too presumptuous, I have included in Schedule B1 wording that might solve the issue on an ongoing basis. In the recent amendment to the bylaw that was intended to mitigate the issue, I believe is flawed in its procedural methodology. The amendment proposes using quantity surveyor as a way to assess value added to the property that could be qualified. Unfortunately, this does not take into account the methodology used by BC Assessment to assess buildings under construction. During construction, assessment is based on cost. But upon the occupancy of the first tenant, the assessment is based on operating revenue, expenses, and a regularly adjusted and determined cap rate. If the cap rate rises, the value of the building falls. I refer you to Schedule K, which is the report from the quantity surveyor. And on the 5th page of the report, based on his observations and the budget, he estimated that it was 21% of the building left to be done, or about $3.1 million needed to finish it. Unfortunately, based on reality of inflation at that time, there was actually 5.8 million required to finish the building, which would have represented 39% of the building and not 21%. That's not the worst part. Because the base number was fixed by the quantity surveyor in the assessment of floating cap rate value, it can and likely will become a point where the hard cost of the building actually is lower than the value done by a cap rate. If it wasn't for the provision in the bylaw preventing the number from going negative, could actually mean that an owner who made application could actually end up paying more tax rather than less tax under this methodology. Using the assessment versus the quantity surveyor, under the terms of the bylaw, increase in assessed value of improvements is a requisite methodology for determining the amount of tax exemption. I refer you to Schedule B, which is also on your screen up there, and highlighted portion of the bylaw. Revitalization, in the definitions, revitalization amount is calculated in relationship to the increase in the assessed value of the improvements. I now refer you to Schedule A, and it shows at the time of the application, the assessed value of the improvements on the property was $1.85 million, and likely not the estimated hard cost value of $18.5 million, which was calculated the 21% by taking this percentage of what the quantity surveyor observed as a percentage of some theoretical budget to finish the building. Now we get to the real world impact. And there's a real world result. I referred you to Schedule K1. And that one you have to turn sideways, but it is somewhat explicit. In 2025, the exemption was calculated actually to be $4,900 in tax relief. Of that amount, the merchants located in the premises received $2,700. This equates to about $725 each instead of the $24,000 that would have been coming to them had this bylaw been in effect. This means that in 2025, the Tripwire statement in the bylaw extracted an extra $5,400 from the pocket of each merchant, which could potentially rise to an annual over $7,000 from each of them based on a current methodology and inflationary costs. I direct you to the 5th page of Schedule K, where the quantity surveyor's report, based on his report, using the methodology originally anticipated by staff, was going to be about $11,000, and about 21% of the tax, being 21% of the tax that would have been there. The reality is that the saving is less than half that amount, in the range of overall about 8.9%, not 21%. The gap is created entirely by the wrong benchmark. It affects not only the owners, but it also the commercial tenants who should be benefiting from the reduced tax load and program that was designated to have it happen. A copy of the letter from the tenants is provided to you in the back of the binder that I gave you in the information package. You will know.
Just so you know, the time has expired, so we may want to fast forward, and council members are able to ask questions as well.
Okay.
But,
Sorry,
that's okay.
wasn't going as fast as I thought. Last statement then. Rationale should deliver fairness and precedent. In August 2025, council granted Simba Investments a full 100% exemption under nearly identical circumstances. Their application also came after permit. Council recognized the intent of the program and applied discretion to support the revitalization project. We are simply asking for the same fair, consistent treatment. Tonight, we respectfully ask council to grant 100% exemption, acknowledge that Endure did in good faith, relying on staff throughout the process, or at a minimum, to amend it so that they can use a clear process and have the 1.85 million base. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Excellent. And you may want to go to the next slide or the
Oh,
last slide,
sorry.
depending. Oh,
We missed,
just so that the council can see what those, I mean, we have the slides here as well, but
yeah, okay.
just so we know what you're speaking to. And I'll open up to Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks very much for presenting, Mr. Scragg. I just want to acknowledge what a positive development the Palace Place is. We spent years looking at a vacant lot there.
Right.
We wrote to the numbered company in Hong Kong that to actually get permission to put up some boarding around it and to try and beautify it back in Centennial, which was 2015.
Right.
So the fact that you and your associates have come along and turned this property into the really positive aspect of our community that it is today, I think is a credit to you and your people. And it sounds to me like there's two issues that you're bringing to us tonight. One is your perceived flaws in the process and issues around communication.
I thank you for your commendation. I'm sure the owners will be happy to hear how well respected the building is. It is always part of a developer's dream that when you're offered an opportunity that it's received well and is respected as a benefit to the community.
Yeah, thanks for that. Can you tell me how the businesses are doing there so far?
Actually, the businesses are, I would say, very successful. It's like the people were waiting for them to show up on the corner. Particularly, I think the bakery there is a very notable following very quickly. I think they're doing well, and I think it was a good thing to happen on that intersection.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And I don't know that we can resolve your issues tonight, but I think for me, I would like to have the opportunity to have our staff respond to this and see if there's anything that is possible or if decisions have already been made that are final. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned at the previous presentation that we normally don't make decisions at a delegation. We receive the information. Council is able to ask questions, and then it usually comes back to us. But I do see Ms. O'Connell has her microphone on, so I am going to make sure I put hers on. Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you very much, Your Mayor, through you to council. Just to kind of answer and in preparation for this evening, I did look into what authorities may be within council's purview, should you wish to consider anything. And I can advise council that based on the council procedure bylaw, the fact that the tax exemption has already been permitted and acted on, under the procedure bylaw, council is not permitted to reconsider this matter. At the same time, you can consider suspending the rules in order to permit reconsideration. The downside to that is if you were to undertake that work, it would essentially undo the last year and this current year's tax exemption. So those taxes would then become due because new bylaws will not be retroactive. And it would only address tax exemptions into the future. So under the procedure bylaw, there is no opportunity to reconsider unless you have the full support of council around suspending of rules. But even then, you'd be looking at the previously approved permit tax exemption no longer being in effect and those taxes then being required to be paid.
All right. Thanks, and I appreciate staff being prepared for an answer as well. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I was on council with a couple other people when we put this bylaw through, and just for everyone's interest, even if there is no interest. I think I personally really wanted to see this bylaw go through and have the exact thing that we saw with your development and a few other developments, and that's developers spending money on our downtown. You know, I had this idea that we were going to densify downtown, we were going to put people down there, and that would create the vibrancy that we wanted to keep. I don't think myself or probably any of the other councillors at the time thought that it would cause so much problem. And frankly, I just don't, I don't understand what we mucked up so bad in making the bylaw. And so I'll just take responsibility for maybe not writing it the way it should have been written, because it seems to me it would have been a fairly straightforward process to go through with this. I'll also point out that I never imagined that this bylaw would be permanent, and that someday people would see the value of developing our downtown without need an exemption to do it. So on one hand, I'm keen to fix the bylaw. On the other, I'm actually kind of keen to get rid of it, because I think we can see how great downtown is to invest in at this point. So thanks for your presentation, and we'll look into this further down the road.
Thank you.
Right. And I don't see any further questions or comments at this point. So Bob, thanks so much for your presentation. And we've had a couple conversations, I think, as well. So just appreciate you reaching out. And you did the 10 slides very clearly as I recommended. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And the 10 minutes was a little tight, but really appreciate you trying to articulate the argument as quickly as possible. So with that,
Thank you.
you're welcome. And next, we have a presentation from BC Housing. And I think, oh, Tara's online. There we go.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for letting us come to see you today and to give you an update on the Braidwood project. I'm Tara Schmidt. I'm Acting Director for Regional Development, and also online today is Jennifer Fox, Regional Director of Operations for Vancouver Island. And next slide, please. We also want to acknowledge that BC Housing, we conduct our activities on the homeland of thousands of Indigenous people and many nations across British Columbia. And we acknowledge with gratitude tonight that the area we're discussing is situated on the unceded traditional territory of the Comox First Nation. Next slide, please. So tonight, this is just a brief update. We came and spoke with you a few months ago and wanted to give you an update of where we're at. We've had some moving pieces since then. So an overview of the development schedule. We've had a nonprofit operator selection for the shelter and supportive housing, and also some updated neighborhood engagement. Next slide, please. So in terms of what is done, we've passed through our provisional project approval, which is where the grant dollars are allocated. We received the development permit. Update since this slide was put together was we also have our final project approval from BC Housing. We also received the building permit, which was issued yesterday. And then also completed here is the operators were selected for both the shelter and the supportive housing this fall. So where are we at now? Well, we're waiting for an archaeology permit from the ministry. So there's been some additional testing that's been requested to be done, which I believe is now complete on the property. And so we're working towards resolution of the outstanding items and then awaiting to start construction. So as soon as we have that site alteration permit from the ministry, we are prepared with our builders to start construction immediately. At this point, because we had to put together a bit of a schedule, our anticipated start date is February, assuming that we're able to work through all of the permit requirements by then. And then lastly, how does this affect our occupancy permit schedule? Last time we came to you, we had talked about a summer completion for the shelter. Because of this delay in getting the site alteration permit, this is affecting our schedule slightly there, and we've bumped it over to fall 2027. Our supportive housing, we are still holding at winter 2027. And then there's no change at this point to the future non-market housing. That one is to be determined once, when and if there's a funding opportunity for that. And with that, I'll pass it over to Jen Fox for the next slide, please.
Tara, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to join you virtually today. A little bit about Connective. So 925 Braidwood Road, the purpose-built shelter operator that was selected is Connective, and they will operate approximately 73 shelter spaces with capacity to add extra space during winter response. Connective has decades of experience supporting people across BC and about 35 years of experience operating on Vancouver Island. Right now, examples I can share with you are Cornerstone Supportive Housing Project on Prudhoe in Nanaimo, as well as 1300 Island Highway South in Nanaimo, and that's a temporary supportive housing site. Next slide, please. Thank you. The operator that has been selected for the supportive housing is Lookout, and they will operate 70 homes with one individual living in each home of the supportive housing, including providing supports for those who live there. And Lookout is a very experienced nonprofit organization with over 40 years providing supports. And right now they are operating in community on the island, including at the new supportive housing site on Drake Road at Salt Spring, as well as the Homewood, that's the temporary supportive housing in Campbell River, and the Village in Duncan. Next slide, please. Thank you. We had a Meet the Operator open house event, and so that happened on Monday. We sent out about 979 neighbor letters to let folks know a month in advance that we'd be having this event, and that represents a 200-meter radius of the property. We also sent letters to 40 interested parties, including immediate businesses in the area. And a summary report of the event will be posted on our Let's Talk website in the weeks to come. But what we saw on Monday was approximately 75 attendees, including city staff and MLA Brendan Day. Our communications team at BC Housing also met with Sandwick Neighborhood Community Association President, Treasurer, and members of the board. And we'll be working together to develop the relationship as the project progresses to ensure neighbors are kept informed of the activity on site and have information ahead of construction, including potential traffic impacts. And so the poster boards of the event have been shared on the webpage. And as I mentioned previously, we'll be having the engagement summary report posted as well. Slide, please. So for any questions, we invite folks to send an email to communityrelations@bchousing.org, as well as visiting our Let's Talk page, and you've got the web link here. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks very much for the update, and do appreciate the open house that was done. Glad to hear. I think if I heard you correctly, over 900 letters were sent out to neighbors in that 200-meter radius. So really appreciate that outreach. I think that was something that got kind of missed on when the junction opened up, and so really feel like this is starting the project off in a much better way. So just really want to acknowledge that, and I'll pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Jennifer and Tara, for the presentation. Of course, we'd love to see this open tomorrow, but appreciate the challenges you have in moving it forward. I did want to ask if what the general mood was of the 75 people attended on Monday night, whether the neighbors are feeling any more comfortable about the project, or you're still running into the the fear and the distrust, the lack of confidence in what the project will bring. We have a couple of years now of the lodge operating on Cliff Avenue and with minimal impact to the neighborhood. I know that you've responded to previous questions that because of the nature of this facility, its permanence, its regular staffing, and its design, it's not going to be the spectacle that has turned so many people off with the temporary Connect Center. So I just wonder if you can comment on that and what sort of response you're seeing from the neighborhood these days. Thanks.
I can start off and maybe Jen, you can follow up. I think we heard mixed responses, depending maybe on who people were speaking to in the room in terms of who was there for discussion. At the open house, we had myself leading sort of the development side, our development manager. We had Jen and her team for BC Housing Operations, and then we also had the operators present as well as our communications folks. So members of the public had opportunities to really go around the room, speak to various people. I would say the mood varied. We had some people who were very concerned, neighbors, who are concerned about the property usage. They're very concerned about traffic. They're concerned about parking. We heard a lot of input that way, and then also some concerns around communications as well. And so I was very happy we had our communications person reach out directly to, like what Jen was saying, to the Sandwick Community Association. They're going to be in direct contact now. So we're hoping to really remedy sort of that communication loss that was present, and we acknowledge that on our side, and we want to work better with the community there. And so we're going to be really committing to that in the future, that we have a better link of communication directly with the community association going forward. Jen?
Thanks, Tara. Just want to echo some of Tara's sentiments, as well as there was curiosity. What I found is that even folks who came who weren't necessarily thrilled, who had concerns about this site coming to their neighborhood and what does it mean and what will it look like, there was a willingness to have the conversation. And it was a good opportunity for us to hear directly from the neighbors and the people who live in Comox about what some of their concerns are. And so to Tara's point, what will it look like for traffic? What will the fencing look like for the property? How will the operator handle such and such issues? And I think it did help having Lookout and Connective in the room so they could have those conversations about what operations might look like directly with the folks who live there. So I want to thank the community, Courtney and Comox, for the opportunity to have those conversations on Monday.
Fantastic to hear that. Yeah, I know Courtney citizens often feel like we get the brunt of a lot of the challenges, and therefore working on those solutions. So really glad to hear that it was well attended and there was that curiosity. I'll pass it over to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much, Martin. Thanks so much for the update here. I just wanted to go back to the timeline, the schedule, and these slides were obviously created before the building permit was issued yesterday, and I can understand they haven't been edited. But given that that is now in place, there are sort of two asterisks on construction and occupancy date, and they reference the building permit being issued by early 2026. Given that the building permit is in place now, are you confident that February will be the start date for construction?
I would say we're hopeful that February will be the start of construction, but because we are not responsible for issuing that permit, we can't speak for the other ministry that's involved or the Comox First Nation, who are also very much engaged in this.
And the ministry that's involved, that would be the archaeological permit, that's the Ministry of Forests, is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
And I know that during EBCM, we had a meeting with the Premier talking about the importance of getting those permits in place so we could get this place open as soon as possible. Would you say that you've noticed that there's been a pickup in the pace of the processing of that, or do you have any sense of that?
I believe that ministry was affected through the recent strike action. So I think since that has been resolved, there's definitely been a pickup. And thank you for your lobbying as well. So we've definitely had some attention in the recent weeks, and so we're really grateful for that.
Okay, well, we'll just hope it comes through as soon as possible. Thanks for clarifying that.
And Mr. Garbutt.
Through the mayor, just thank you for that question. I just wanted to let council know that in my role as a city manager, we engage directly with the ministry staff on this with the assistance of the Premier's office. So it's an extremely important item, and we also work closely with Comox First Nation, who has previously issued a heritage their own in-house permit. And so there was I think adherence to the legislation and the sampling methodology is critical. And so that's been rectified, and the development and building group, Ryan and Rick are here, and we've been keeping in touch with them on that. And so ultimately, we have balanced that legislative requirements from the province and done whatever we can as the city to assist. But I wanted to, given there's a lot of heightened questions around First Nations interests, that I want to be really clear that in this project, there's been a good partnership to move forward, but requirements pursuant to the legislation need to be followed, and they have ultimately had some implications, but through good dialogue and hard work, I think we're in a good place. And I wanted to thank KFN for their participation as well.
Thanks very much for that update. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. And I know we saw each other in person the other day at the open house. So one of the questions I asked at the open house, which may be good to answer here at the public meeting, is just around the questions that we get around the junction going up so quickly, the construction happening so quickly, and people wondering why this is taking so long. And of course, the junction is a modular building, and this is like a stick built or construction. So I don't know if there's anything more you can say about that, but I guess I'm looking at, I know we have the delay with the permitting, but once construction starts, that's also quite a long period of time for building. So I don't know if you have anything else to share around that, but I thought the public, it might be useful for the public to know that they are very, it's a very different kind of construction.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. I don't have detailed information on the junction. I would need to go back and research what kind of time period it took, why it seemed to go up so much faster. I'm not sure if something was ordered earlier, but I would need to dig into that a little bit more. I can say, though, a typical timeline is at least 2 to 3 years in what we call pre-development stage, which is design, permits, getting to the place to the start of construction. And then construction is can be 18 months to 3 years, depending on the size of a project. So this one's actually falling into a really nice timeline of about 2 years pre-development, 2 years through construction.
Yeah, and I although it isn't the original timeline that we got way back when, and part of that is because of some of the delays that we've had, but it is an adjusted timeline from the original timeline that we received. So I just want to acknowledge that, whether, I'm not saying that that's, that you're responsible for that, but that is the reality, regardless of how long a project takes. The original timeline, I don't know what year that was now that we were given that information, but yeah, I mean, this is where I guess, the frustration continues, despite everyone's best efforts, and there's nothing we can do about it. But I think it is, we'll be doing a postmortem, I'm sure, and hopefully BC Housing will as well, and the province and everybody who's involved in terms of how these projects need to just go much faster. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Morin. And yeah, I mean, the original timeline I think that we were kind of looking at was, well, definitely done by now. So I think that's where some of that frustration comes in. But the fact that, all hands are on deck right now trying to make this happen. We've got city working on it. If we need to push the province a little bit more on their permitting side of things, we know that Comox First Nation has been a great partner on this. Yeah, I mean, as you've heard, it can't come soon enough. So, but again, really want to acknowledge the reaching out to the community and having that first community meeting prior to opening is absolutely critical. So really glad that that happened. And if there's anything else you need done, I'm sure council will come and swing hammers or whatever you need to make this thing go up as quick as possible. So again, really appreciate the update. And other than trying to make it get done faster, the communication side is definitely something that we appreciate. And I don't see any other questions or comments. So with that, thanks very much and have yourself a great evening.
Thank you.
Excellent. And we'll move on to bylaws, 6.1.1, development costs charges bylaw 3191/2025. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor, Ms. O'Connell is the acting director of development services is going to do an introduction, and then Nancy Henderson from Urban Systems, who's assisted us throughout this project, is going to provide a short presentation as well. I'll turn it over to Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Council. The report before you today addresses a critical aspect of our community's growth and infrastructure planning, more specifically the development cost charges bylaw. Tonight, we seek your consideration for first, second, and third readings of the proposed bylaw, alongside a request for approval to submit it to the Inspector of Municipalities for review. This initiative is vital as we aim to update our DCC program and rates, ensuring they accurately reflect current conditions and anticipated growth through 2045. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the recent concerns raised by the development community regarding the impact of charge increases on the viability of future developments within the City of Courtenay. I understand the apprehensions surrounding how these increases may affect the feasibility of projects and ultimately the overall growth of our community. These concerns are important and they reflect a landscape where balancing the financial responsibilities of both current and future residents is more crucial than ever. As we move forward with the DCC program, it is essential to emphasize that the proposed pay model, which includes a 1% municipal assist factor, is designed to mitigate the burden of growth-related costs on our existing residents. Striking this balance is crucial for ensuring not only equitable development, but also the sustainability of infrastructure initiatives. By assigning a proportion of growth-related costs to new development, the city seeks to create a fair financial responsibility between those currently living in our community and those who will benefit from the new infrastructure being put in place. It's our goal to foster an environment where development is viable and beneficial for all parties involved. I would like to recognize and thank and extend my gratitude to our consultant, Nancy Henderson from Urban Systems, who will present the report and bylaw this evening. Nancy has been instrumental in conducting the extensive analysis and consultations that have shaped our recommendations tonight. Her expertise in development and community planning has been invaluable in creating this comprehensive approach, and we thank you for your attention and look forward to discussions on this matter. And with that, I'll pass the floor to Nancy.
Okay. All right, Mayor and Council, good to see you again. I think it was about a year ago that we made our first presentation to you regarding DCCs and ACCs, and have been before you several times since then. So I'm going to have a presentation light because we've covered much of this before over the course of the last year, and also happy to answer any questions Council may have when the presentation concludes. So the purpose of the project is to bring DCCs up to reflect relatively current construction costs. The costs in the program are from 2024. This project has been going on for quite some time as we continue to refine rates. The last time that council did do a comprehensive DCC update was in 2016. And as you know, many things have happened since then to construction costs and pricing. And ironically, putting infrastructure in the ground for the city to do that is also mirroring what the private sector development community is also facing. So those costs that they're experiencing, the city has also seen. So these projects that were previously identified have been updated, and plus staff has taken a very sharp pencil to that program over the course of the last year to reduce any projects that were redundant or didn't feel needed to happen in order to keep costs as minimal as possible. There is a scheduled DCC update already in Council's 5-year capital plan, knowing that there's going to be additional infrastructure plans completed and that growth is happening in the city. So this is an intermediary step to future DCC updates as well. So the bylaw is before you tonight for 3 readings. And then from here, it would go to the ministry for review and approval before coming back to council. So before you, we have the rates. We've been going through a very detailed process that is regulated by the Local Government Act. And now we come before you with the bylaws for consideration. So the proposed DCC rates are very similar to what was presented to you back in June, I believe it was, before we went to consultation. There have been some amendments based on increased grants that were identified for the 6th Street Bridge, which had a slight downward impact on rates. And then one of the members of the public did have some questions regarding the projections, and we did note an error that was corrected based on sort of some poorly or miscalculated building permit information. So that's all being corrected. The rates have been relatively stable since June. These were presented to the development community in July as well. And I think there's been other opportunities to comment as well through the process, and we'll get into that as the presentation goes. In terms of the capital costs as well, they're outlined in a very detailed background report that has each project cost and benefit allocation associated to it. I think one thing to point out on this slide is while there is a cost to the development industry that's financed essentially through development cost charges, there's a significant cost to the municipality to deliver the DCC program. Roughly around $90 million over the course of the 20-year program. And that's only reflective of the DCC infrastructure projects that are listed in the program. And of course, there's many other capital costs that are going to be like infrastructure improvements that are not DCC eligible that the municipality will be responsible for as well. In terms of implementation, we've discussed the assist factor several times throughout this project, and we were directed to move forward with the 1% assist factor, which kind of reflects back on the significant municipal costs associated with implementing this program. The assist factor is council's tool. If you did want to adjust rates, you could use your assist factor to do that, but it does come at a cost to the taxpayer or the existing resident, because for every reduction you provide, somebody else has to pay for it. It doesn't just go away. In-stream protection is really important, and I'm glad to see that quite a lot of developers in the room and watching this process. So applications that are received prior to adoption of the bylaw that are complete do have 1 year in-stream protection. So they would be, the existing DCC rates would apply to those projects. There's some parameters in that, you have to have that building permit issued in a year. But that is something to consider moving forward for the development community, is to get those applications together and complete and off to the city prior to adoption. In terms of engagement, as per the DCC Best Practices Guide, engagement is strongly recommended, and it is something that the minister takes into consideration when they're considering the bylaws. We did provide a DCC engagement session that was joint, which was somewhat of a unique process, which actually worked really well, and there's a really great attendance at that session in July. With about 53 people plus consultants and staff at that session, where there was a presentation and a chance to ask questions, but there was a number of engagement boards and opportunities to interact with staff and consultants at the event. There's also been, staff has developer liaison or development community meetings over the course of the project, which I believe there's been some, updates as to where the project is at in those meetings. And there's also been an engage page on the website where all of the reports and information has been available for quite some time, and opportunities to provide feedback through email and other forms. There was a recent survey as well, which was more focused on the amenity cost charge, but it was another opportunity to provide input, which some was provided. And then, of course, numerous letters that have come in recently. So in terms of like the discussion with the development community, obviously it's a very tough market right now, and there's certainly an understanding of that. So increasing rates at this time, which there's many municipalities across the province that are also updating rates at this time, like there is a recognition that the market is in a tough spot, and that's why that pen came out to keep the rates as like reasonable as possible, and that many projects were deferred from the DCC program. There's also, in terms of like development viability through the amenity cost charge program, and we'll get into that, there was a financial feasibility analysis that was conducted by another consultant, and we can talk to that as well. Another item that came up through the engagement was also the development application approval process, which is also being mentioned by staff, but the faster that staff can approve applications also has a significant impact on viability, as well as reducing risk and providing surety through pre-zoning and clarity. So those are just important messages, I think, for council to consider through other initiatives outside of this DCC project. The economic analysis, one of the underpinning cornerstones of DCCs is not to deter development or discourage reasonably priced housing. And I think if that was not something that was being considered through the process, the rates would have come in much higher in order to meet the infrastructure needs of the community over the next 20 years. But the goal of this was to keep the rates within a realm that was testing to be producing some developments that are financially viable in the community. And as I mentioned, this was done by another consultant, City Squared, for the purpose of Courtney. Urban Systems does complete this work throughout the province as well. And we actually have sat down and compared notes, our land use economist team, with this consultant to just check methodologies and rates. And there was a lot of alignment there as well. The analysis is based on pro formas and residual land analysis. So it did include case studies on several sites, specifically within Courtney, and included interviews with members of the development community to get localized pricing as well as part of that process. And the report certainly recommended that the rates not increase from what they're proposed at, and that was sort of felt to be the upper threshold as well. And certainly considering pre-zoning and other initiatives to encourage development that the municipality can consider outside of DCCs. The province is also listening to the concerns of the development community and has made new regulations regarding payments by installment. So there's the carrying cost of DCCs has been a concern of the development community because they have to pay at issuance of building permit or subdivision, and it's a long time until they maybe get that sales dollar in their pocket. So there's new regulation that can put off payment by installments to building permit occupancy or up to 4 years through surety bonds. It's not the responsibility of the municipality to provide those surety bonds. It's basically coming from a third party, like an insurer. And then the municipality must accept those. So there's quite a regimented process to check the viability of the development companies. So it's likely going to be the larger, more sophisticated developers that use this new tool to defer DCCs until later in the process, or 3/4 of them, 75%. So in terms of next step in the process, we have 3 readings of a bylaw before you for consideration tonight. We've been prepping a ministry submission package should council give those readings, in which case we'll send that off to the ministry for approval, which is right now generally taking 2 to 3 months. And then once that has gone through and there may be some questions, there's quite a package we need to put together for the ministry. We'd bring the bylaws back to council for consideration of adoption. And then I guess in terms of like some of the other things to consider in terms of next steps, we do have DCC ACC implementation or guide being prepared for staff just to help them through calculating the rates, tracking rates, making sure that the budget process is considering the projects and they get funded appropriately through the DCC and ACC reserves. So that's also in process, but then the last step will be returning to council for consideration of adoption. And that concludes my presentation, and let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them.
Put my microphone on. Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciate the presentation. I'm suspecting not a question, but I'm going to pass it over to Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just within the presentation, Nancy mentioned other types of ways that we can approach in the support of the development community. And this is a piece of information that is not yet been shared because we're on the verge of moving forward with it. But essentially, the city was successful in achieving funding through DAPR, which is the Development Approval Process Review through the UBCM. And with that, we have achieved financial support to implement a variety of system enhancements that would support development processes. A request for qualifications is now substantially complete and is anticipated to be issued within the coming weeks. And essentially, the plan for this work is to look at and develop streamlined future state processes informed by best practices, operational requirements, and city priorities. Future state workflows would seek to reduce inefficiencies, improve data quality, strengthen reporting, and enhance service delivery overall, including at least 60 future state workflows that will be reviewed and produced as a result. The second phase of this project is the actual implementation of those system improvements. So this is where we start working better interdepartmentally, start looking at where we're seeing bottlenecks and or time that could potentially be shortened, and really looking to target those specific pain points when they are within our areas of control. It's a bit different when you're talking about an external referral process or a missing piece of information from the applicant. That all of this work is set to begin or be substantially completed within the first half of 2026. So my intent was to bring some information to council once we had completed the RFQ and to talk about what the potential is for this plan. But it is fully funded and will be imminent in the near future, and will also include engagement with staff as well as interest holders within the development community to ensure any process improvements are actually effective and to their benefit.
Excellent. Really appreciate that. I know the feedback I got beyond everything else, and it's the same feedback I've been hearing for years, which is, speed is definitely one of the biggest cost factors. So really appreciate you kind of filling us in with a little bit more color on things that are happening within this process. And I'll pass it over to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have a question. You mentioned that there's a payment by installment option that's now allowed. I'm just curious on how that works. Like, what's the payment schedule? And I have a follow-up. You also mentioned that it would probably be used by larger developers. And you mentioned the surety bonds, and I'm not really sure I understand what the related costs would be for someone to use the surety bonds.
Hang on one second. You can just leave the mic on.
Okay, I
All
won't
good.
get
You betcha. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Too many years as staff, I think. So surety bonds, basically the difference between the current system and the future system that's available for those that qualify is right now a typical form of security is a letter of credit. And that letter of credit ties up the developer's basically credit. So if they're borrowing 500,000, it means they can't put 500, or they have a letter of credit for 500,000, they can't put $500,000 somewhere else. So when they have a surety bond, it's essentially like an insurance agency. There's qualifications outlined in the act. They have to have like Class A credit ratings and so on, but they're essentially testing them. I think they're paying like maybe more like monthly, kind of like a mortgage. But then that insurer would pay. So say that the municipality can call that surety bond, then that insurer would pay the outstanding amount. There's a chance that the insurer could terminate the surety bond, but they would have to give notice to the municipality, I believe 90 days notice, and then at which case the developer would have to come up with another surety bond from another agency, or they could just call it, and in which case those costs have to be paid. But my understanding of the development community has been lobbying for this because of the way that it sort of ties up their capital is beneficial to them. They pay 25% at time of building permit, for example, and then the other 75% they pay at time of occupancy or 4 years, whatever comes sooner. So it just frees up their cash, so to speak. And it's in a way the impact on the municipality is immediately the cash flow to the municipality is deferred. You can't charge any interest on that. So it actually has financial implications to the municipal government. But that'll even out once this becomes a new norm over time.
Yeah, and I assume there's a fee or an interest, you mentioned an interest rate for the developer to have that credit, to have that surety bond. So, I mean, I don't know what those numbers are. I don't know if you do, but I guess I'm a little bit curious to how great that interest rate is or how small that fee is.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't have the details. My understanding is like the insurance agencies or the companies are like looking at it. There would be a fee, but it is deemed to be favorable from the development communities. I believe they've been lobbying for this move, but I don't have those details.
Yeah, and at the municipal level, if they don't have the surety bond, we'd like their money at the time of issuance of a building permit. Is that correct? That's what we usually do.
Through the chair, yes, you'd get the cash or letter of credit or form acceptable to the municipality at time of building permit unless it's subdivision. So that low density charge would be charged at subdivision for more of a traditional like low density or SHMU type housing development. They would pay the one low density charge. And then if they decided to do 4 units, they would get a credit for that low density charge and then pay the difference at building permit. And I think the other thing to note that I didn't note in the presentation that we've discussed previously, but the apples to oranges comparison between new and old DCC rates is that the new low density rate includes a single detached dwelling, a suite, and a detached ADU, rather than having like an additional charge for that ADU. So it's important to consider that when you're looking, from new rates to old rates.
Right. Okay. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Helian.
Thanks, Mayor. And obviously a tough issue to deal with here tonight. I was pleased to hear you talk about the importance of that the rates that we set don't deter development or discourage the construction of reasonably priced housing. Those points are emphasized throughout a lot of the briefing materials that we received, including the province's guide to the ACCs. Yeah, we've got 4 letters today from members of the development community saying that that's exactly what we're doing, particularly in combination with the context of other measures that have been taken in recent years that impact the cost of development. And I don't know whether you've had an opportunity to review the material that we've received, but in particular, we received a 10-page letter from Westplan Consulting, Mr. Holland, that has a whole range of analysis that contests a lot of what we're trying to accomplish here. And it just seems to me that before we move this forward, that we need some sort of a detailed response at the very least to that material that we've received, and I don't know if that's available in the short term, but it would be my preference that we defer this matter today to basically allow a staff response to that feedback that's been received. Thanks.
Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor, Thanks for the question, Councillor Hillian. We've had this dialogue for quite some time. Ms. Henderson, and we've engaged quite a few specialists in the development of this. This is an opinion by Mr. Holland, who I happen to know and work together with on many occasions. We would, of course, take council's direction on responding to issues that are raised. This you noted, you said, I think you said 10-page letter. Well, there's a number of items in here that are included that aren't related to the development cost charges themselves. And a good deal of the items that are identified here are related to our community plan that was adopted in 2021 with significant policy direction by this council as it relates to high performance buildings, et cetera. And that's political direction that we're undertaking. If council wants to reconsider that, that's not really a matter as it relates to development cost charges. We are bringing forward a community plan update in the new year, which council has been provided with an overview, and we didn't hear anything from council on looking to address some of those items. This is why we want to hear from the development community. This is why elected officials who make political decisions about those standards want to hear that. So I would suggest that with there's an informed person providing feedback here. A good deal of it is about matters that are not development cost charges. We have I will say, a document, a policy, a bylaw that's been in place since 2016 that hasn't received really any changes. We know that we need to provide infrastructure to do this, and there are levers, including taking a really strong look at our ability to turn things around that are entirely within our ability. So we would take council's direction in that regard, but there are a number of matters in that are not related to the development cost charges themselves. So just offer that for council's consideration. And
Thanks, Mr. Garbutt. Appreciate that. And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the report and the more concise version on, I think this is maybe round 3 that we've had with you here. So yes, we've been seeking an update on DCCs for as long as I've been at the council table. Our current bylaw is very out of date. And as a result, we're seeing a major change to what we're charging because we haven't done the work to keep our DCC bylaw in alignment with the cost of growth in the community. And in the meantime, we've also had the legislation come down from the province that's enabled SMU, the basically fourplexes on single family lots, which again creates another pressure on existing infrastructure that we have the responsibility to address. And I mean, I look at this and part of this is, coming out of a period of time where we've seen a lot of growth and we haven't had DCC bylaw in place that really addresses all the growth pressures that our community has been experiencing over the last 5 years. So some of that has really led to an increase in what is possible on a single family lot, and that in turn has pushed up the value of some land. And you could argue that increasing DCCs put a downward pressure. I'm not sure exactly where the math comes out, but we do have a responsibility to ensure that growth does pay for at least a part of the impact that they have on our infrastructure. So I don't know what other method we have other than doing the analysis that we've asked for and gone through and engaged on. And I'm not sure what turning around and saying, let's take another look at it would do for us at this point. We've had the opportunity to ask questions, and I feel like I have a fairly good understanding of where things are at. I do have a couple of questions just around how this unfolds going forward. Something that we've heard from the federal government in recent months since the last election was that they're committed to reducing development cost charges, which clearly indicates this is a nationwide problem, and that in that it's recognized that, you know, municipalities trying to address these costs are impacting development, and that's understood. And as far as I can tell, the federal government has spoken to this problem, but hasn't really shown up with any money that we could point to. So my question is, should the federal government come to the table with dollars? I mean, there's some projects in terms of water and sewer that are almost 100% DCC funded. And, you know, historically, our grants often are more weighted towards things that enable growth more so than replacing existing infrastructure. So my question is, should that landscape with the federal government change? I mean, traditionally it was basically a third in terms of funding. And now a lot of this stuff is basically 100% municipal funded, which is, you know, reflected in our DCC rates now. How would that be incorporated into our projections? Like, how difficult is that to adjust as we go? And what would that look like going forward?
It's okay. I'll turn it back on.
My hands behind my back. Thank you for the question. So yes, this has been an election issue from the federal government, and scouring the 2026 budget, the federal government has identified billions of dollars for housing enabling infrastructure, and specifically to reduce development cost charges. It sounds like a ton of money, but when you look at the actual infrastructure costs across the municipality to enable, or across the country to enable housing, it's a very high number, of course, but any help is great. The federal government, and I've had conversations with federal staff, they at this time do not have an answer on how this money will be distributed. The federal government has confirmed that in order to access this money, the province has to pay ball with their share. I would expect that any projects that are outlined in a DCC program may be eligible for the funds, because I think they want to be providing funding for projects that will reduce DCCs. The next steps for the municipality, should you receive funding from this program, would be that you could do a minor amendment to the DCC bylaw that would basically, the benefit of that cost to reduce DCCs would be factored into the program, and then that could adjust the rates. So we really need to wait until the feds have figured out how they're going to distribute the program, but it is a bit of a potential bright spot on the horizon, or at least an opportunity that may present itself. The details are really yet to be known.
And so something like that would really only affect something in the short term, unless, you know, we come up with a new funding model that's not attached to these announcements that are made around budget time.
And through the chair, yeah, you can't reduce the DCC without the grant money being in hand. So you couldn't factor that this could potentially be coming in, as a result reduce your DCC. If you're successful in receiving some of this money, then there's steps that the municipality can take.
And Mr. Garwood's got a comment as well.
Yeah, thank you. One of the weaknesses in our existing program is the time that we didn't do any updates. And so when we look at the entirety of the DCC conversation, that the commitment is to continue to examine those items and respond to whatever it is, the situation that we find ourselves in. Council has been extremely clear and lobbied at UBCM and with both of our federal MPs that Courtenay is a shining light because of the entrepreneurs that do development in our community. We are building, council is approving, and builders are going towards occupancy at a really good rate. And so for whatever reason, we haven't been successful in 2 applications on the Housing Accelerator Fund, as well as infrastructure grants, and both at premier meeting with our premier, as well as lobbying with our MP to talk about why they should be investing in this community. We will continue to do that. So again, council will give us direction on these DCCs, but we need to remain focused on becoming a target for that investment. We have one other community in Comox that was the beneficiary of the Housing Accelerator Fund. There is a contrast, and I'm not criticizing as a non-political person. There's a contrast in what gets approved and built in our community. And so we need to get on the radar. And that's why we have engaged consultants that are experts in this. This is why we have a lobbying strategy with our elected officials. And I think there's a partnership with the development community that we've been working together on to potentially do that. So we will respond and we will react, and we have a more modern approach to development cost charges. And as the picture becomes more clear with the federal government and potentially the province, there are other issues that are happening inside our community, including property transfer tax, speculation tax. None of those dollars are flowing back to the infrastructure that's supposed to be there. And our council, council has given me direction, and we've had meetings and wrote briefing notes on that. But the province is telling us what we need to do, and so we need funding from them to do that. It's not a secret. And hopefully we'll put ourselves, continue with in partnership with developers to lead.
Yeah, and I guess the point that I want to be clear on is that, you know, if we're the recipient of, you know, say a significant amount of federal or provincial funding, like, you know, the Housing Accelerator Fund, would that automatically trigger a review, or would that be picked up in an annual process, or does it need to be flagged? Just it, like, from a procedural perspective, is that going to be regular business, or does someone need to raise the concern? That's kind of the piece that I wasn't clear about.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thanks for the question. At this point, it's our intention to do that. We're also talking about 3 readings, and when we would come back for adoption, that may be a time if council wants to give some really clear direction, but it's our role as staff to keep this bylaw as consistent and up to date as possible and react to whatever monies that we have. Mr. Langmeyer is online with us. If there was any financial implications, I don't think there's anything for him to add in that regard, but I think the intention is to change how we're doing this. And if we are the beneficiary of those things, we would react.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask a question about the excerpts from section 1.2 of the best practices guide for DCCs, and one of the provisions there is will not deter development in the municipality. And I know we haven't updated our DCCs for 9 years. And whenever you update something to reflect current costs, it's likely to deter. It has a mild deterrent effect. I know that staff recommend proceeding, and that is part of the bylaw. I was just wondering if staff would just be able to sort of clarify. I know back earlier in the year, we took the potential fees down from 35 to 22 over concern about deterring development. But if staff could just walk through the conclusion they came to, that this level growth still will pay for growth, because I think on an equity point, I think we would all agree that it's a fair way for cost to be apportioned. But we'll also hit that point within reason, not deterring development, despite the fact that after 9 years of having development cost charges in one place, we are, finding the need to modernize them.
Through the chair, with the caveat that Urban Systems did not complete the financial feasibility analysis that was done for this project by the city of Courtenay, I could speak in generalities of the understanding of how it was completed and how they're expected to be completed. So you generally would take case studies of different development sites around the municipality, different types of development from low density, medium density, and high density in different areas. And then they would do like a residual land analysis basically on that development scenario on that specific case study. And then quite often those case studies would include like different heights. So for example, in a zone that allowed a 4, 5, or 6-story building, they would look at the case study of a 4-story, 5-story, and a 6-story. They look at it based on tenancy, based on is it rental, is it strata, and also things like parking. If you have parking reductions, the impact of parking on viability is huge. And my understanding is the city has made significant parking reductions over the years. that would be another thing. Is like, is there one stall required or two? Is the parking below surface, under building, like below the building, you know, at grade parking under the building, or surface parking? Those have like significant differences. So I think they were looking at all of those things, different heights, different tenures. They did the residual land analysis based on the proposed rates. I think at one time they might have been using those higher rates and kind of came back like, let's sharpen the pencil a bit. We certainly had direction, like not to increase the ACC anymore. You know, there's a basic understanding that that sort of 15% margin, the developer's margin that they generally needed to get financing, was maxing out, like based on the previous rates and the ACC. But they were finding that there were project viability. There was, in not every case, it's a very tough market right now. And I know like Shmoo, for example, is like the small scale multi-unit housing fourplexes across the province. Like we've been doing land use reviews, and I mean, it's a very tough market to pencil that out unless it's old land, like someone's owned the land for a long time. But the City Square did find viability based on the rates that they're at now. And I think as like one final point, is nothing is going to deter development more than not having the infrastructure in the ground. Because if someone comes in and they can't reach their densities because they don't have the fire flows, and there's a 2-kilometer extension they have to do, that's going to be a lot more onerous on and deter development much more than these DCC rates.
Okay, so the reduction, I guess, by almost a third from 35 to 22 was an acknowledgement after that math was done, and leaves us, I believe, the proposed increase significantly lower than our neighbors in Comox when they did the same analysis. But okay, well, thank you for clarifying that.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton, and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. Yeah, so the two questions on my mind are about the timing of the money, which we talked a little bit about. And of course, you know, are the services what we want to provide, and is it feasible to charge them? Someone not going to buy a house because the DCCs are too big. So the next part that I kind of want to think about is, you know, the cumulative effect of the DCCs and the ACCs. We have them in our report today. You know, single families at 22,000 and 6.6 thousand approximately. So like say $29,000, and medium densities, you know, cumulative is about 16,000. Is the RD have some coming as well? Is that something we need to add in there?
Through the chair, the CVRD does have a sewer DCC that's also under review and in with the ministry. In the comparisons that were provided and attached to this report previously, it did include that regional DCC. And it is, you know, it is quite a significant piece, but it's also reflecting like the infrastructure that needs to be done to facilitate development, because I think there's some serious capacity pinch points. We're not completing the CVRD DCC, so it's difficult to speak to that specifically. But yes, it is a significant component as well. And my understanding is that City Square did include the CVRD rates in their analysis.
Yeah. So if we move forward on the premise that these projects need to happen, and as Councillor Will Cole-Hamilton pointed out, like maybe we just simply believe in the equity of charging new people coming to town a little more to catch up to basically taxes that we've been collecting all along to build these things, or to build things that we didn't need unless we built more houses. So if we accept that, then it's really a matter of I think the timing on collecting the money. Like, do we need it up front? Is there, I guess the question is there an opportunity for the city to say collect DCCs not on building permit, but you know, closer to occupancy, or within a couple of years of building permit, something that gives us some assurity that things don't just linger forever? Do we have that ability, and what are the downsides of offering something like that?
Through the chair, in terms of like collection of DCCs, you need to follow the legislation. So like, unless that surety bond option is provided, then as of right now, there is some, there would be requirements to essentially pay in accordance to legislation, and the municipality doesn't have the ability to alter that, although the legislation and the development community can continue to lobby the province for different changes in the installments regulation. I think the other things that the municipality has when they consider like current market conditions as well is what staff was talking to regarding the speed of the development application process, and also considering things like pre-zoning because it takes out risk from the development community, and it also speeds up the timelines. And we have done financial feasibility analysis with different development approval processes baked in. And the significance of faster processing was actually had a larger impact on margins than the DCC and ACC. So I can't emphasize like enough the importance of like speed when it comes to development applications, reducing risk by having like really clear requirements, continuing to look at things like parking requirements that have an impact on the bottom line. And there are potentially opportunities to look at incentive programs for target housing through the DCC waiver and reduction bylaw, which you already have in place. But you could continue to expand that and look at that as another option for a period of time while the market is floundering a little bit. But hopefully you're in a position to have an updated DCC and continuing to do your inflationary updates so that when the market does take off again, as we all know, it does come in cycles, that staff is focusing on getting the permits out the door rather than doing DCC updates at that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I appreciate that, our staff just mentioned, aiming towards some streamlined processes and getting that funding. That's really great. And you're giving us some other great advice on speeding up processes. Is the suggestion that if we had all that worked out, that we probably wouldn't have anyone sitting in the gallery today?
My experience across the province is, the development industry is the most impacted by these charges, and that the interest is healthy, form of engagement.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I guess I still struggle to understand how someone putting up like a 50-unit building wouldn't struggle with having to come up with all that money right away. Again, you're suggesting that maybe they can access these as surety bonds, but it seems to me that's where the real cost for a developer comes, is when they have a bunch of units, they need the money up front, and it's a significant amount. So yeah, and you're telling me that's something that needs to be followed up with the province because their hands are tied.
Through the chair, this new legislation is a big step from the province. They could potentially continue to expand it, but that is in their purview and not the municipalities.
Okay, well, thanks for those answers.
And that'd be something that while we're lobbying on other things, we could be lobbying for that as well. If that's something that's of interest to the development community as well. Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted clarity on the low density definition and how that is going to be implemented. It's my understanding that currently if a DCC has been paid on a single family home, that a secondary suite can be added without that additional charge being put in place. And reading the definition in our report, the way I read it is you could build a home with a secondary suite and then add, a carriage house or an ADU, and that would all be covered under the same as if you were to build a single family home, essentially. And is that the maximum number of units that you could have on a single family lot under one DCC? Is that correct?
But through the chair, so yes, the new definition does allow that accessory dwelling unit without an additional charge, as the previous bylaw did. And then once, DCCs are paid for that subdivision, then yes, you can come in and build that ADU. Another thing that the bylaw did was it also increased the threshold for when ADUs could be applicable from 50,000 to 75,000. So there's also an increase there. But say that a property owner wanted to put a SHMU type development or put a duplex in the backyard, which is now permitted under the zoning bylaw, then you would essentially go, okay, you have an existing single detached dwelling and a suite on this property. They're already existing, and yes, that's being paid. But then you would be looking at the 2 additional units that would get, there'd be a bit of a credit calculation, and then they would have to pay the difference if there was the multi-residential charge. So that would all be laid out in the manual. So the difference between a duplex DCC and the single detached DCC is fairly marginal. So there'd be like a bit of a credit there for that second principal unit, and then the third unit would pay the full DCC amount for a medium density.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I just had one other question too around projects that are in the very near term. Obviously the 6th Street Bridge is the most obvious. How long does that remain on the project list? I mean, essentially, we're adopting a bylaw for a project that's underway, and then we have a portion there that I assume we won't really collect it all. And then at what point does that come off? I mean, I think there's a couple other projects like the crossing improvements at 5th Street and Cliff would be another one. And just wondering how that plays out as well.
Through the chair, the DCC projects stay in the program until they're paid for. So if it takes 10 years to pay for a project, then, you know, when you do your DCC bylaw in that 11th year, then it can come off. But if you're doing a DCC update in 5 years and a project is still being paid for through DCCs, it stays on even though it's being constructed.
And the amount that gets paid is what was put in place in the bylaw, like at adoption, and unless there is an updated cost because the project hadn't started, is that? So it's basically fixed until it's paid out.
And through the chair, like that's an exact reason why it's very good to continue to update these bylaws as like costs increase, because if you don't, you're under collecting the DCC and then you have a financial problem. So yes, that's all part of it. And also if you get a grant, you know, if you had a facility that received a several $million grant, then you would also like factor that grant in and it would reduce DCCs. The grants are intended to benefit both the municipal portion or the taxpayers portion and the DCC portion. So if you had a project that was 100% or let's say 99% allocated to growth and you got a grant for that project, then it would be benefiting the growth portion of the DCC.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again. A couple more thoughts. I mean, I don't see that we're going to solve everyone's problem. That's usually the case with us at this table, is that someone's always upset. And we are trying to balance out building an efficient and, you know, great inclusive community and all the rest. As you mentioned, not having the services, and this kind of applies to both the transportation piece, which was mentioned with 6th Street Bridge, but also a lot of the ACC projects that we have. You know, if we don't do those projects down the road, you know, people are not going to be as happy as they would be if we did do them. And my gut feeling is that there's enough desire to come to the Valley and to come for the things that we're building that I don't think people are going to decide not to come over a few $1,000s, even tens of thousands of dollars on a single family home. That's my gut feeling. Maybe I'm wrong. But I do have a concern over, you know, how those have to be paid up front and what that means for financing. It really does increase the barriers of entry to development. And if you can imagine somebody wanting to get into a development and having to come up with that kind of money, it kind of puts the banks in charge. Which can be very challenging. So I just wanted to share my thoughts on that. Do you happen to know what you mentioned the CVRD sewer DCCs? Where is there water as well? Pretty sure there is, right?
There's Mr. Garbutt.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, Councillor Frisch, currently there's been an updated sewer DCC, and my understanding that's actually through to the inspector of municipalities. It hasn't yet been approved, but it's expected that the water DCC analysis will come forward following the completion of the water master plan. I don't know the timing. Perhaps we can seek some information from the CVRD on that at a later date.
Okay, that's reasonable. I mean, I guess I don't expect you to have them at hand, and maybe I should have gone and looked them up myself, but there are 2 other DCCs that will come up. Are there any ACCs coming from that direction from the CVRD?
Thank you. Through the mayor, it's my understanding that they're considering an ACC at the Recreation. That's where it would start, the Recreation Commission, but that hasn't also been initiated yet. But just in terms of that conversation, the Cumberland has implemented an ACC, I believe. Nancy, that's correct. Cumberland ACC. You don't turn it off.
Through the chair, the Cumberland has an ACC that's draft and is anticipated to be presented to council for 3 readings in the year.
And the town of Comox has introduced their DCC bylaw. It's been given 3 readings and it's to the inspector. There was a comment from, I think, Councillor Cole Hamilton that there's a contrast in our DCC rates. And so that has gone through in place. So we're in line with other areas. Campbell River is reviewing their DCCs now, and areas in and around have also adjusted their DCC rates.
Yeah, thanks for that. So do you know approximately what the current water DCC is for the CVRD, or no? Maybe staff know. I can probably quickly Google it, find out, but I guess I'm just wondering what the total amount is. And we do collect that, don't we, as the city, and then pass that on? That's how it works. So, okay. Well, I'll leave it for someone else and I'll find those numbers. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Nancy, there's been a couple of references to having to evaluate as the time goes by and perhaps modify. So there is an ability to change the rates at some point in the future if circumstances change.
Through the chair, it's really a municipal driven process. So, the best practice is to be doing minor DCC reviews sort of in that 1 to 3 year timeline, and the comprehensive DCC review in the 3 to 5 year timeline to make sure that your rates are reflecting your infrastructure needs and current construction costs. But if something was to change significantly, like a significant grant or a very significant construction cost increase, it would be recommended that you do update your rates.
Yeah, so based on that, and I can't remember if this came up before in our earlier discussions of this, is there any ability to phase in a rate structure and make it a gradual process?
Through the chair, that is one option in council's toolbox in terms of the assist factor. So some municipalities have phased in DCC increases by, say, having like a 10% in year 1 and 5% in year 2 and 1% in year 3, for example, and you can bake that right into your bylaw. And then, of course, for those DCCs collected in that first year, the municipality needs to come up with that at 25% assist to essentially like subsidize those rates. So it would increase the municipal responsibility, but that is an option to council.
Okay, and that's something that we've likely considered and already rejected, I'm assuming. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Through the mayor, council may recall we had committees of the whole on our budget, and we have got some very strong direction on managing the costs of property taxes. And so if council wanted to adjust that, we would have a subsequent adjustment in our financial plan. We'll be reporting back to council and the first meeting in January with based on council's direction. And council may recall that there were some requests to model taxation rates 3 or 4 points lower than what we had modeled.
And maybe just as a follow-up to that, because if we accept that the list of DCC projects is correct, which I mean, and has been reduced and is as efficient as possible, really the only other tool, as you mentioned, is that assist factor. And I guess it's not something that I've heard of other municipalities really ramping up that assist factor. So I'm just not sure. Are there municipalities that are going much above the 1%? Because it felt like that's kind of where other municipalities, at least around us, are at.
Mayor, the most common assist factor is 1%. There are other examples upwards of that. In older bylaws, some of them were fairly significant. I would say the trends are downward. However, it is an option. There are examples. There's situations, for example, where like a parks DCC has gone from $1,000 to $40,000 a lot. And those might be situations where councils have come in with a 25% assist factor that might phase out over time, recognizing the benefit to the larger population and not wanting to deter development. So it is certainly a tool for council. It's like from our perspective, it's your tool. Whatever you do, just make sure you understand the financial implications and the tax implications of that, because it's been a mistake that we've seen in the past that wasn't considered. But it certainly is an option for you.
So, yeah, and by changing that assist factor, if it went up, that would reduce the DCC, but then that burden would be borne by the tax ratepayers, as Mr. Garbett was saying. So that would literally be affected at the next tax increase for the municipality when we're doing our budget, because that money would be shifting around. So I appreciate that clarification. I don't see any further questions or comments at this point. So Councillor Gillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move option 2, that council defer consideration of first, second, and third reading, and request that staff provide a detailed response to the concerns expressed by the development community.
It's been seconded. And questions? Councillor McCollum, do you want to speak to this motion? Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Thanks. I guess I'm wondering two things. One, what consequence that delay would have. I imagine that would take us to sometime in January. And the second thing would be, I'm sure staff have read these letters, if they believe that they can provide additional insight beyond the staff reports we've had currently.
Right, Mr. Garbett.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The background work to this provides an overview of how the rates were calculated. There are some questions related to the implications that we could provide some clarification on. With respect to timing, wouldn't be early, likely probably February if we could undertake this work. However, we do have a lot of the council provides that priority. We would have to figure out a way to come back in that regard. I would say, of course, we would take council's direction, as I say every time when we have that. The matter at hand, each decision has taxation implications. Whatever decision we make through the DCCs has corresponding tax implications, and council's asked us to make some significant, come back, my apologies, to say significant adjustments and provide information back to council. So these would also have implications for that analysis, and we're trying to have a financial plan that sets us up to get work done for the remainder of this council term. So we can do the work. It will take some time. And it has implications both for our annual and 5-year financial plan that we'll have to model through.
Yeah, if you want a subsequent.
Thank you. And would you be able to be, or perhaps the Director of Finance be a little more specific on the implications?
And so, Mr. Langenmeyer, I'm not sure if you're online or there, we can see you now.
All right. Hello, everybody. So looking at the implications of this, our current financial plan is relatively light on the use of DCC funds to fund projects. The reason for this is we were going through this process of bringing a new DCC bylaw, so I wasn't going to go ahead with proposing a bunch of new projects in it and then updating the bylaw right away. The underlying fundamentals of the DCC is when we put a project in, the municipality must fund the non-growth portion of it. So if we adopt a bylaw that has a higher municipal portion, the likelihood of those projects being brought to fruition become more challenging as there's a higher direct tax implication for those projects. With regards to individual adjustments of what goes on and what council may be considered, I'd have to have, details on what portions of the DCC program might be removed or how much we want to change the assist factors by.
Sorry, perhaps I'll let it go to someone else, like further subsequent, but others have not.
Okay. And I do see Councillor Moran is here first time speaking. Yeah, I'll maybe pass it over to Councillor Moran.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of my questions have been posed, but just regarding the motion specifically, it says concerns presented by the development community. I did hear Councillor Hillian mention a specific letter, and as our city manager mentioned, that particular letter did have concerns regarding other items in addition to DCCs. So I guess I'm just wondering what does this motion entail? Does it entail all the concerns that we've heard or in the recent emails? Is it only related to DCCs? I'm just curious what kind of work we'd be asking for.
So maybe Councillor Hillian, if you would like to respond to Councillor Moran, what your intent was.
Sure. So first of all, this doesn't necessarily mean that we don't proceed with the recommendation that's being made, but we've had 4 letters today with very significant concerns raised. I don't think there's been time for staff to analyze and respond to those. And as I mentioned earlier, we're not just talking about the DCCs themselves, we're talking about the context in which these changes are being made. The context is relevant in my view, but I think much as we've responded to other community groups when concerns have been raised about a bylaw that we've been going forward with, I would point to the sheltering in parks as one issue where we took an inordinate amount of time to review and respond to concerns that were being raised by members of the community who felt they were directly impacted. And I think we should do no less here. I think that our development community deserves a response to the specific concerns they've raised in the letters that have come in today. And that needs to be articulated by staff and council as we move forward, regardless of what decision we make in relation to this project. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, for answering that, and Councillor Moran and Councillor Frisch.
Thanks again, Mayor. And seconding the motion, I have similar feelings about treating all the different parts of our community equally. I will say though, looking at the list of DCCs, I struggle to see what we want to cut out. And so I will say to the general public, like this list of projects we have on here, I support. And so unless we're looking at shifting where the responsibility for that lies, whether it's new people coming to town and paying their fair share, or if it's current taxpayers taking that on, presumably to incentivize people to come here. I think that's really what the question is. Although I'm happy to take a little more time and give this more consideration and see if there's new information, or even just give the development community a bit more time to have a look at that list, and they can write us a letter, tell us what they'd like us to take off of that list of projects that they don't agree with. Yeah, I don't know if they're willing to do that or not, but I also will re-ask the question just quickly for staff. If we pass this motion today, how much time until we come back and reconsider this? I'm willing to take more time, but I don't want to just put this off for months and months. So could you just reiterate to me what you think our timeline might be if we want to give that process a bit more?
Through the mayor. So I know that the question has been raised about response to the items that have raised by the development community. It's valid, we can do that. I will reiterate that there are issues that are being raised that are not development cost charge related. And so council will be receiving information from our staff. We're not going to debate the positions of developers. That's a political decision, and provide you information on the implications. However, ultimately, we've proceeded with council's support to draft this bylaw in the form that came in front. So I actually would suggest that, we can parse the letters that we've received and provide a report back to council. That will take some time, and I don't suggesting that's not time that's warranted. It would be likely in middle of February before we can do that work, potentially later, and I'll consult with staff on how quickly we can put this through. Council could be maybe even more specific on what they would want to hear back. That would probably assist. I would refer council back to their previous decisions related to how we drafted this bylaw. And so, it's important for us to get that direction, and it will take some time. I couldn't tell you specifically, but at the earliest, it would be in February.
Thanks, Mr. Robert. That's your points are well taken, and I agree with you on a lot of those. I mean, we have supported this, and slowing it down right now might seem a little odd. By the same token, I'm actually not sure that I need a report from staff. Maybe council just needs a bit more time to think about it. Do you think that's an option? So if we change this motion to say we'd like to give council another month or two to think about this and not put more work on staff, because we can just look at the letters and think about it ourselves. Also, give the community more time to give us more feedback if they want. Does anyone else feel like that's a reasonable way to move forward today, right now, at this time?
Well, just logistically, our next meeting is in mid-January, so it's effectively over a month away. And also coincides with a timeline that's probably not conducive for staff to do a whole bunch of work over the holidays, et cetera. So I'll maybe give it back to you for subsequent.
Well, yeah, just quickly, yeah, like I said, I'm not necessarily in favor of making more work for staff. And if we do pass first, second, and third reading, of course, we still have adoption to do, which would obviously be in January or later. What are our options at that point if we all sit down and go, well, we've given this more thought and we do want to get rid of some of these projects? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, so we have our expert with us, but ultimately if you give 3 readings to the bylaw, we're sending that bylaw to the inspector for approval, and it's back to council. Now, council doesn't have to adopt that bylaw, but the intention when you send it is that's the bylaw that people support. So council has a few options in front of them. Can consider the time that's available, consider the information that came in, and then go forward. But if council feels they need some more information to deliberate the development cost charge bylaw, that's what's in front. You could ask for some specifics. I think it would be helpful. I would suggest, though, the breadth of all of the items that are been raised include official community plan items. We're going to be bringing more of that information when we're available. We've quoted that we're going to be working on development procedures. I mean, I've been advised by members of the development community that, the faster we can move forward, their costs and holding fees, consulting fees, and the like, there's significant movement that the city can do. But I'm not entering into the debate on where we should be on that item, but there are lots of items that have been raised inside these letters that are not development cost charge related.
Yeah, and what about moving first and second and then just slowing the process down so we do third in January? Is it possible, or is it?
That's definitely possible. Ultimately, the bylaw that goes is the bylaw that goes. So if council can give us direction, Ms. O'Connell, from a procedure perspective, might have some thoughts.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the chair to council. As Nancy had mentioned, one of the pieces when it comes after, say, council goes ahead, moves through 3 readings and ultimately adopts the bylaw, if at that point, once you've gone through your financial plan, you decide that there are certain projects that you want to change the time frame on or potentially eliminate, that's when you'd be looking at one of those minor amendments coming forward. So really like the time when you would want to do that amendment is not like in typical bylaws where you'd be rescinding third and going back to second and amending. In that case, if you're strictly removing or changing a timeline horizon, you'd be looking at adoption with immediate amendment rather than putting it back within the process itself. I just also wanted to remind council, as we're going through budget process, we do have required engagement on the budget itself. And as Mr. Langenmeyer mentioned, the DCCs were not, that could be collected through this updated bylaw, were not contemplated with or reflected within the current financial plan. In the event that we have some readings tonight, those are the types of questions that we could engage through that budget engagement process to find out what the public's perspective are in regards to municipal assist factor or development, the rate of development is in regards to funding infrastructure. So we do have a bit of engagement opportunity that is coming up as part of the annual financial planning process as well.
Thank you. And so just to be clear, we can give it 3 readings, come back at adoption and make a minor amendment to the project list and the assist factor. But I hear you certainly that we could make amendments to the project list, which would be, it's good to have that option.
Through the mayor, I haven't seen it happen too much where council is doing third is amended and adopted after it's been approved by the inspector of municipalities. However, I can say that the inspector of municipalities would take exception if the municipality was adding projects to the list or increasing or like decreasing the assist factor. However, I think if the bylaw was provided third reading and council between now and adoption decided that they had a surplus of funds to say have an assist factor for year 1, I think that we could probably stick handle that through the inspector of municipalities if it was adding an increased assist factor through further deliberation. I would expect that we would get the support of the province and would be happy to initiate that conversation with the ministry.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And maybe as a subsequent to that question, then just because we're diving into this minor amendment terminology. So when you talked about it being sent off to the inspector for our adoption, there's a time frame there. With the minor amendments, is it that same time frame or is it an adjusted time frame or no time frame?
Mr. Mayor, so we will basically package, should the bylaw receive 3 readings, we package that up within a week. We send that to the ministry. One of the questions in the package that we submit is the ministry is asking, is council, what's the assist rate? Is there a consideration of phasing? We could say that council may, consider phasing of the bylaw, which would be a bylaw amendment. And if we get that direction from council, we would provide that update to the ministry while it's in stream. It is not the typical process. I think another thing, just if council did want to seriously consider phasing this in, say in year 1, there is that in-stream protection already in year 1. So it would really have like a much more minimal impact on the projection in the first year. The second year of potentially phasing would be a lot more significant to the municipality. So something to consider.
Okay, and let's just for the sake of the minor amendment, let's say this goes through, however, whatever changes we make, and we make a minor amendment in 6 months or 12 months or something down the road after this is already dust is settled. A minor amendment, does that still, in my mind, I'm just wondering, that minor amendment, does that still go through the inspector and still take that lead time?
Mr. Mayor, yes, any minor amendment does go through the inspector. The process is easier. The other annual recommendation to the municipality is also do inflationary updates as well. And if the municipality didn't do those inflationary updates, it's also another way of, in a way, subsidizing the DCC. So it's certainly a recommended process to do those annually.
I appreciate the clarification on that. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate the need to really consider this carefully and make sure that we're not rushing ahead. But, you know, looking at the report and all the attached reports on the agenda, we started this process a year ago. We've engaged with the development community since June. It's not that we haven't had the time to receive this information, and I certainly appreciate getting letters on the day that we're deliberating on something, and I take those seriously. But I didn't read anything that made me think that we had somehow missed doing engagement, missed appointing the process, had projects on this list that needed further revision. And I'm very reluctant to assign, you know, doing formal responses to letters that we received on the day of the decision. Like to staff it not really recognizing that, you know, our resources are finite, and I would much rather see our development services staff be focused on getting applications processed and ensuring our processes are as efficient as possible. I mean, there's no lack of work to be done. And I think dragging this out and, you know, providing a detailed response to concerns, we did a robust engagement process. I think there was 2. They're outlined in the report. We, you know, hired very competent consultants, and our own development services staff were part of that, and they're very much available to respond. And there's detailed responses and revisions that came through that that engagement process. So I'm not sure what a detailed response at this last minute would really do to change what the outcome is, which is we are doing a significant change to our development cost charges because we have failed to look at them for 8 years, and it's a major change, and that has an impact. And I don't think that we can avoid that by asking staff to do more work on this at the last minute. So I'm just not in support of that change right now. I haven't really read anything that makes me think that we've erred in the approach that we've taken or the projects that have been provided. We've refined it, reduced it. It's lower than our neighboring municipalities. And this is the reality, is that we've been having residents subsidize the cost of growth for a number of years while we've been experiencing a lot of it. And it's time to address it. So I'm not in support of this, and I will be voting against it.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. After asking a few questions following Councillor Hillian's motion, what I'm hearing is that it would take a fair amount of staff resources to pick through, even if we were to modify the resolution to speak to concerns related to DCCs presented by the development community. It would take fairly considerable staff time to do that. And I'm not sure, I think in many ways similar to Councillor McCollum, that I see items on the list that I feel need to be removed, or that I'm inclined to increase the assist factor, as our residents have been assisting for many years. And this is perhaps time to rebalance things after 9 years of having frozen development cost charges. And this would just make that time period even longer. The staff are suggesting, like, when this comes back then there is still the possibility, I think as Councillor Frisch was raising, we can look at it, and if we do decide that there's something that needs to be removed, or we do wish to change the assist factor, we could do that. Nothing prevents us from doing that. So perhaps rather than having staff spend time responding to things, which I think many of which are responded to in the reports themselves, perhaps we can all, place further thought between now and when it comes back from the inspector, and the door to making those kind of minor amendments of increasing the assist factor or removing projects. That door is still open. So I think I'm not inclined to support this because I'm not sure that the responses we'd get, given that much of what was in the letters wasn't actually about the development cost charges, it is likely to take up staff time and not necessarily, in my opinion, likely to change my thinking at this point after reviewing all the reports. So, but then again, we all have the opportunity, if we do change our thinking by the time it comes back, to make those kinds of changes. So we're not foreclosing the option of making change, but we're also not going to put more work on staff's plates, which would then, of course, would slow down all the other approval work that they're trying to do. Because development staffing is finite. If it's removed from somewhere, it has to go somewhere else. That has implications on timing. So I think it's possible for us to reconsider it when it comes back from the inspector. That's not foreclosed. As a result, I won't be supporting this resolution, but perhaps we'll give it some thought between now and the new year and see if new thoughts come to us when this comes back from Victoria.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton. Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I guess I've been just thinking about what our city manager said again about the letter does, well, the one particular letter does include a lot of things that are not relevant to the decision on DCCs. And I think, a lot of the items also that have been brought up, it's challenging because there are provincial, the seismic regulations were brought up a couple times in emails. That's, out of our control. I mean, anyone who's charging for a service, unfortunately, doesn't base their decision on what they charge based on all the other financial pressures that are being dumped on somebody from another source. I mean, so I guess I just wonder, how useful it is to have staff go through and really a lot of the information in the I think it was 4 emails that we received was information we did already receive in the engagement. And again, they were bringing up a lot of different topics that were not related to DCCs. And I think, it's expressing frustration and stress with the pressures that people are under with developing, but I don't think that we can wear all of it. And we have every other community around us is proceeding and their DCCs are higher than ours. I would argue that we have a lot more needs but yet the other communities have higher DCCs. So yeah, I think that's where I'm sitting right now, that I in line with what others have said around taking a look at it to see if there are any other minor tweaks and hopefully some of these other things coming to fruition around the installments and potentially if there's grant money that comes and how can we find other ways to maybe alleviate some of the pressure. But I don't think that delaying this is the way to do that.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also am not really interested in getting another report from staff and do appreciate all the work they've done to this point. And I also hear that there is opportunity for the community to come back to us and say, look, we need this project list amended, or we need the assist factor changed, and we can still do that come January. So, if this motion doesn't pass, I'm happy to move the recommendation and move forward. Thanks.
All right. And seeing no further questions or comments, we do have a motion on the floor that's on the screen in front of us. Call a question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion does fail. So Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that council give for second and third readings to development cost charges bylaw number 3195, 2025, and that staff submit the development cost charges bylaw 3191, 2025 to the Inspector of Municipalities for approval.
It's been seconded. Councillor First, you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just want to encourage our community to have another look at this. And if there's more information you want to send us about the DCC project list or the assist factor, then I, for one, am happy to look at it. And I imagine the rest of council would be as well. So thank you.
I appreciate it. It's been a definitely long conversation. I think council has taken this quite seriously. I think one of the terms I heard earlier was balance, and in this case, you know, balancing the cost of DCCs versus that burden being shifted over to regular taxpayers is a challenging one. So I appreciate council's efforts today. I appreciate the development community who's come out today, and those that have sent us letters and have been part of this process to get us to where we are today. I just appreciate everybody's time and effort, including our staff. And again, as has been reiterated many times this evening, the conversation is continuing. So with that, I believe we'll take a break. Oh, should we call it? Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Hillian is opposed. And now we will take a break. Let's adjourn until 6:40. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh.
We just have ACC
oh,
conversation. Yeah.
okay. So we need to,
If we let the, excuse me, Rick, Brian, Gary. I had colleagues here. I just.
yeah.
Sir.
No. Yeah, we're not going to take a break right now. I think we're going to do the ACC conversation. Yeah, sorry about that.
Shouldn't take long. Yeah. He's only been an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, my apologies on that. I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt
Yeah,
then.
thank you. Through the chair, through the mayor, we have in front of council the request for us to initiate the dialogue on ACCs. Ms. O'Connell, I think will do a very quick introduction, and then Ms. Henderson is here to assist us with this ACC conversation.
Thanks very much. So this report explores 3 distinct policy options for ACC rates, including institutional and industrial categories, all aimed at ensuring an equitable distribution of costs associated with the growth of our community amenities. The purpose of this report is not only to outline the proposed ACC rates, but also to provide council with an opportunity to review the project list and upcoming readings of prior to upcoming readings of the bylaw. Our collaboration with Urban Systems began in August of 2024, which has been critical in informing and developing the recommendations for council's consideration this evening. With that, I will pass the floor once again over to Nancy Henderson, who will present to council.
Excellent. And I do just want to acknowledge that we are varying the agenda. So we're on item 7.1.1 by unanimous consent, just so that we can get Nancy out of here. So back to you, Nancy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate this very much. So just in terms of the last time we presented to Council regarding the amenity cost charges rate options, Council asked us to go back and take a look at what would happen to the rates if we were looking at charging it to not only just the residential uses and the recommended commercial uses, but also on industrial and institutional. We did provide detailed analysis based on a couple different methodologies and kind of came up with some scenarios that we were put before you in the council report. So I'll go over those and then talk about like next step associated with the ACC project as well. So just in terms, it's really just to be responding back to council's request. And also we have a bit of a summary in terms of some of the initial engagement that staff conducted. So just to reflect back on what was presented to council initially, we'll call this option 1. So this includes an ACC charge on residential uses and commercial uses. The rationale for the commercial use being included was that Courtenay does attract a lot of of people from outside the community that aren't residents to work downtown in the commercial sector. And it's also in very close proximity to many of the amenities that are on the list. So that was the initial recommendation. However, there's other ways of doing this. Many municipalities across the province are just charging residential uses, and some are also charging the full suite of commercial, industrial, and institutional as well. So the second option does include commercial plus industrial rates, industrial ACCs, which has a slight, if just going back to the first option, you'll see the low density residential as an example is 6,643. So if we do start charging it to industrial, there's a very small downward rate adjustment for low density or the residential uses because you're sharing that cost now with projected industrial growth. Option 3 includes the institutional uses as well. So again, very marginal differences in the residential rates, but now adding a rate for institutional and industrial uses. So you can see how when you have more people paying the fees, it does impact the rates, but it's very marginal, not a very significant decrease to the residential rates. So in terms of next steps, I think there's also some engagement summary that's also been outlined in the report, as well as the recommended amenity projects. So if council wanted to also provide comments on those projects, we'd be happy to factor that into the ACC before bringing it back to you for consideration of readings. There is an advantage. The ACC, or amenity cost charges, do not require ministry approval, as does DCCs. So it's basically 3 readings of the bylaw and then returning to council for consideration of adopting. We do recommend that the DCC and ACC, if they're proceeding, get adopted at the same time for administrative ease of sort of facilitating the new rates and also managing in-stream protection as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that staff may have or regarding the engagement to date as well.
Excellent. Thanks so much for the presentation. I had just one question while I'm waiting for others that might, when we're comparing, when you added in the industrial and then the industrial and institutional, the commercial went up, and that was just the residential went down, but the commercial actually went up, and I'm not sure why the commercial would go up and not down. And I may have read it wrong, but yeah, on that one, commercial's 13, and then when you add in the other one, it goes up to 1535, I think.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, very astute pickup there. So when we did this, the option 1, it was before the best practice guide came out for the amenity cost charges when we started our model. And so this commercial charge is based sort of on equivalency factors, which is like the methodology we use for development cost charges. It's the DCs or the ACCs that are adopted across the province right now are predominantly using this methodology. Since council did provide direction to look at the other rates, we wanted to use the best practice guide methodology that's recommended by the province, which is using employment generation, so jobs essentially. So on the other rates, option 2 and option 3, we used the employment projection rate and then weighted that at 25%, knowing that many people working in the community are coming from outside of the community and not wanting to charge like the resident twice. And it was quite amazing actually at how closely the rates landed, and in terms of the sort of double checking the methodology and also the floor area projections. So that would explain like the slight difference in rates, and we can certainly adjust it to the employee approach but I mean, it's a very marginal difference. So is it a slight change in methodology, just testing out the recommended approach in the best practice guide resulted in that slight change.
Okay, yeah, and like I said, it just jumped out at me that all the other numbers went down, that number actually went up. So, okay, I appreciate the clarification. I would assume best practices is a better way to do it, but I don't know how time intensive something like that is, but I'll pass it over to Councillor Warren.
Thanks, Mayor. I know that this is new and you gave the example with the DCCs that there would be that that period of time where developers could get their projects in and take advantage of the lower rate. So I guess that would be it would be a similar parallel process with the ACC introduction.
Yes, I can confirm there's also in-stream protection for ACCs. And as we kind of move forward based on council's direction and bring the bylaws back to council, we'll provide additional information regarding in-stream protection for ACCs. But yes, another reason, if you're thinking of doing development, get your complete applications in as soon as possible to benefit from in-stream protection. Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that, Councillor Moore and Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't really have a question. I just thought I'd make a quick statement. I don't see a ton of reason to include industrial, institutional. It doesn't seem to make much of a difference to anything. Plus, I also agree, it seems like we'd be kind of double charging people. And, you know, I believe it's, yeah, industrial, do they have they don't have a multiplication factor, do they? Just commercial, which we're charging for anyways. Yeah, that does kind of strike me as odd that our commercial sector would almost even be considered because they do pay so much in taxes to begin with. Maybe that's a question for you, how we reconcile that reality. You know, they're typically paying 2.5 or 3 times the tax rate of a residential building. And then also getting charged these other rates as well on top of that. Gets quite pricey, I guess, to be in that business. What are your thoughts on that?
Through the chair, I mean, this is really, when it comes to the ACC in terms of how you're charging, it's really a council decision. And some municipalities are just charging the residential uses. It's really dependent on the municipality itself. If you don't have a lot of in-migration for employment, for example, or you don't have employers that are attracting people, needing to attract people to the community, because if they are, then they also are paying in the cost of requiring those community facilities as well. And there could be leakage to other communities by those employees as to where they're paying their residential taxes. So it's sort of quite a philosophical consideration of council. You can certainly just charge residential uses. It won't have a significant, there will be an upward impact of that, or, you know, as you can see by adding all of them. You know, the rationale of bringing forward commercial was just like thinking of Courtney, thinking of the location of the commercial businesses and the reliance on the recreation facilities and also the meeting rooms and things like that that are also included in the program. But it is up to council how you'd like to charge.
Well, yeah, thanks for the explanation. I will note that it's only 1/3 of the cost of high density residential, and may not even be a factor when someone's looking at building commercial, even at thousands square meters. It's not a huge number. So thanks for that.
Yeah, and of course, the ACC would only be paid on building, whereas those yearly taxations where there's the multiplier would be like that. That's their bigger factor there. Yeah, for sure. All right. Looking for any further questions or comments? Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. The principle that I voted on before was that when people in our community with a lot at stake have significant concerns, that we should take time to respond to those. You know, clearly that position wasn't supported. You know, I could raise the same issue here, but I won't. I'll support the rest of council on this regard. But, you know, I think the point is worth considering that given precedent at this table in the past when people have come forward on particular issues with large scale concerns. And again, I would note the sheltering in parks bylaw, which we delayed for a significant amount of time and then put staff through a lot of extra work responding to those concerns. So that's the point I was trying to make before. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And again, if I recall correctly, I wasn't overly in favor of delaying that process either. But I will note that on this one, there is an opportunity still to make changes and have more time to consider this as, you know, when we get to final adoption. It sounds like that is a possibility. So again, I encourage our community to reach out to us and tell us, you know, this one, we might get a lot more attention from what on the project list they don't appreciate. So it's good to hear from them and know. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor Frisch. And I don't see any further questions or comments. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. And so now we will take a break until 6:55. All right, everybody, thanks very much. We're back from our dinner break, and we are moving back to item 6.1.2 in the agenda, 6.2 on the screen, Development Procedure Bylaw 3.02, and I'll pass it over to Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you very much, Council. So tonight before you have a Development Procedures Bylaw report along with the accompanying bylaw. I have Jemay Sheely with me here, who is the Manager of Development Planning, who will be available to answer any questions regarding the report that you may have. The intent of this bylaw is that it aims to enhance clarity and efficiency in our development processes, reflecting the evolving needs of our community and aligning with best practices in municipal governance. Again, Jemay is here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? See none. All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you, Jemay, for standing by. And we'll move on to item 6.2.1, Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw. And yeah, been moved and seconded. Did you want to speak to it, Mr. Garbett? So there's no questions or comments. All those in favor? And motion carries. And we'll move into staff reports under development services. Well, actually, no, operational services. 7.2.1, snow and ice control. And I will pass it over to Chris, I think, Mr. Thompson. And your podium's on.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do I have control? Good evening. My name is Chris Thompson. I'm the Public Works Manager, and I'm here with Parks Manager Stu Carmichael, and we're here to speak to the snow and ice control plans for the 2025-2026 winter snow season. So snow and ice control in the city of Courtenay has a goal of maintaining a safe transportation network, meeting our legislative requirements in addition to council's levels of service, and preventing the accumulation of snow on roads and sidewalks and removing it quickly. It's important to note that snow and ice control along provincial designated highways is managed by the MOTT and their contracted services. So that would be the Comox Valley Parkway, parts of Cliff Avenue and Ryan Road. We do receive calls regularly about those though. Assets that we have available to us include 14 units of heavy equipment, 3 units of medium duty equipment, 10 units of small equipment. We have 8 salt and sand spreaders, which also includes brining equipment, and 2 truck mounted brine units. New for 2025 is a medium duty plow and sander unit. So that's one of those F550 sort of 1-ton dump trucks. And we are awaiting delivery on a 2026 heavy-duty plow to replace an older unit that's aged out of the fleet. So this is a little difficult to read, but this is the council approved levels of service, and it speaks to when we salt or apply brine, so de-icing agents before it snows on arterial roads and major roads that are transit routes, go right down to local roads and sidewalks, paved trails and multi-use paths, separated cycle tracks. So we generally, if the weather's appropriate, we will apply brine. So that requires a dry road. It's not going to be raining afterwards. Otherwise, we'll apply what we call product, which is a 50-50 sand and salt mix. And then when it starts to snow, if we can see that it's accumulated into about 2.5 centimeters and it's going to continue to snow, we get out there with the crews in the trucks and we start plowing roads, the mains we call them, the arterials and the hills and the major roads. And we also get out and do sidewalks and walkways. And then we also have levels of service there for when we attack, secondary roads and things like that, and how we will get everything cleaned up. And so I think these were developed to be achievable and attainable goals. Things happen, weather doesn't always act as is predicted. So we deal with it as best we can with the crews we have. So in terms of road clearing, the city clears snow from roads in an order of priority. As I said, arterial and major collector roads, emergency services facilities, bus routes, and a downtown core commercial area. We then move on to minor roads, streets with steep hills and school zones. Then we get into the local roads and then the cul-de-sacs and the back alleys. As the solid waste manager as well, I try to prioritize snow and ice control on collection days as well. So we're not having failures on the pickups. And this is our road clearing map. It's available on our city website, and it's what our crews follow. So the colors are there. So red is priority 1, I believe green is priority 2, and then we get into the local roads, which are the orange, and the blues are the priority 4. We also do parking lots as well. And I'll pass the mic over to Stu to speak to sidewalks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, through the mayor and council. So the Parks Division is responsible for clearing all sidewalks along the designated routes throughout the city. This includes parking lots in our facilities and transit stops along the main route. Our priority ones include arterial roads, the downtown core, which also includes the sidewalks and the letdowns by hand. So we have a hand shoveling crew that kind of goes and makes sure that accessibility and product is down to all our letdowns in the downtown core. Municipal facility parking lots, separated bike lanes, the Riverway Trail, which we get lots of calls about, and Lewis Park and paved trails. Priority 2 routes include sidewalks and walkways in and around school zones, park frontages, East Courtney paved trails, and Route 1 bus stops at that time. Our priority 3s will expand the sidewalk connectivity between priority 1s and 2s and include other park frontages around the city. We do have the sidewalk clearing map, which is available online, so people know what to expect when it does snow and what we do clear out there. Map of these priorities is shown with the legend posted in the city's website, along with the road clearing map. I'll hand it back over to Chris to talk about a new initiative this year.
Yeah. Thanks, Stu. So following our, I would say, overwhelming success of the Public Works Week with local students painting snowplows for the plow that actually does the neighborhood that the school is in, we're gonna reach out to those students in those schools and have a snowplow naming contest. So if it'll be hopefully just limited to the schools. We won't go public on this quite yet. We really want to engage those students and really expand the program for snowplow painting into 2026. Get them really excited and really have an active Public Works Week in May next year. And also, I think this will tie in quite well with some of the SD 71 initiatives that the city is working on, like the Safe and Active Routes to School. And finally, new this year is automated vehicle locating. So all of the city fleet has these GPS devices included in the units. But the snowplow equipment was our first priority. So it's got the, not only does it have the GPS included, but it also has telemetry linked to the plows and the sanders. So you can kind of see not only when the plow is working, but it's also when the sander's working. And a lot of this equipment has a lot of information available to us. So we can see like road temperature, how much product is going down on the road. So it's really quite exciting for us. I think it's going to be very useful for informing the public when they call, and also for claims to mitigating claims as well. Yeah, so we just asked that council receive the Snow and Ice Control 2025-2026 briefing note for information.
Excellent. And I obviously I can't let it go without just saying how excited I am that there's going to be a snow plowing thing. I did hear you say you need to keep it under wraps. So only us and those thousands and thousands of people that are watching the live stream will know about it. But very excited. I'm really glad we're able to provide that opportunity to the students who I got to see the snow plows last year when they were painted, and it was really amazing to see how they had come out to participate. And so yeah, so really happy to hear that. And with that, I'll pass it over to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So always really impressed with how hard staff have to work when it snows. I feel like it's kind of like baseball. It's a whole lot of waiting and seeing if something's going to happen. And when it does, it's a big panic, especially if it's over long periods and there's thawing and freezing and all that fun stuff. So good job on that. The one kind of thought and question I had was more around the other sidewalks, the ones that the city doesn't take responsibility for, but in fact, as most of us probably understand, it's sort of the responsibility of those residents that live on them to get out and shovel them. And I feel like maybe that's not something that everyone understands or understands how important it is even. And I'm wondering if we thought of doing any kind of communication about how important it is to get out and shovel that little bit in front of the house so that the kids can still walk to school and so on and so forth. If you guys, I know you're going into schools with the snowplow, it might be worthwhile even just telling the kids, hey, remind your parents to shovel the sidewalk for you so you can still walk to school.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point. That's a great way to get parents educated, just like solid waste, recycling, things like that. So yeah, point taken. Thank you.
Cool. And yeah, can't wait to see these plows out. That looks really cool. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I think I've said this before that every year our snow and ice control is just getting better and better. And in my first term, I remember we were having more feedback from the public about it wasn't actually that bad, but it's just gotten less and less, and actually we're getting so many positives now. The one thing I do hear about is around bus stops. So I was happy to see the transit shelter stops being added. That's awesome. I think that'll almost eliminate the emails, because that was one of the only things that I was getting emails about. And I love that people can go on and see the routes and the priorities of their areas for plowing. And just adding to what Councillor Frisch said around, the sidewalks and pedestrians, excuse me, the other thing that's been improving every year is the communications plan. And I would say that it's, I'm assuming that that's going to remain a big focus, because I think that communication that's increased over the years on social media has been really good at helping people understand, like, the chart of the priorities for the roads and how long it takes and all those kinds of things is just great information. So, and I know that you have put that in the communications around encouraging people to, you know, shovel in front of their house, and if their neighbor can't do it themselves, you know, to go and help a neighbor and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm just always impressed with our snow and ice program. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moran and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. And I just wanted to affirm with staff, I've notified Kyle about this, that I did receive a correspondence from Tracy Clark, the ED at the Chamber, and she'd had some feedback from residents of Tintown who run businesses there, who their impression was that they were classed as a priority 3, and she wanted to clarify if that was correct. And there was some concern that it being basically an economic hub, essentially a commercial area and fairly high density, that perhaps it should have higher priority. She sent it to me because I'd done a business walk with her there last year. So I just wanted to put that on record, that concern's been expressed, and I'm not sure whether staff have any response or could potentially look into it. Thanks.
Thank you for the comment and letting us know about that from the chamber. Yeah, it is a priority 3. It is, which means it's the first type of road tackled after the mains and the arterials, which are, you know, also important economic corridors for the community. And operationally, it's a complex situation. So our crews are aware of that, and they do try to tackle these areas where cars move in early in the morning. They try to get out them as quickly as they can after the mains are opened. But we do plow all commercial areas equitably. So you know, as priorities 3. So and that's in alignment with the levels of service that have been established. So if you know, these are priorities based on council directives and are approved by council. So you know, if there's a change in how council would like us to handle that, we'd be seeking direction on that.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's a fairly unimportant question, but I really appreciated seeing the images of the painted plows, and I know that you're planning that elementary school naming contest. I have a meeting later today with the school trustee, and I know she'll be interested in knowing when that might be coming down the pipe, and if you're already working with sort of the operational staff there. So I don't know if there's anything you can share.
Great question. I've reached out to the communications director, Craig, at SD 71, and I gave the mayor my only flyer, but on the back of it, I can't remember if it's that version, but we want to get feedback from council and really start this initiative that next week before the kids are officially off, and then we'll run the program through the holidays and then maybe into the first week of January. So we'd hope to have it finished by around, I think, the 13th or so, and start announcing winners. There's no losers, but winners of the plow naming contest. Thank you.
Oh, what inspired thoughts, both of them, in terms of building public connection. So yeah, thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to follow up my earlier question, it sounds like there is a possibility to make a change, but I'm just wondering from a staff perspective whether you would see that area as having the same priority that the people who operate businesses there might see. So, I mean, is it worth my while bringing forward a notice of motion to ask that we consider a change, knowing that by the time it's dealt with, we may have already had the only snow of the year?
Mr. Shaw.
If I may, thank you through the mayor. Great question. If I may quote the CIO, we're always happy to take direction from council if council sees fit to provide new direction for staff. I will articulate, as my colleagues articulated, the class 3, although seem lower on the list, because they're not 1s and 2s, are definitely high priority for our community and for our staff in terms of service delivery models. We run a very robust program. It's orchestrated very, very well. The staff are very knowledgeable in terms of the delivery, and they understand the complexities that exist within commercial settings that are adjacent or abut to the residential classifications. And so it is easier for them to get in there in the early hours before businesses start to open. It doesn't always necessarily land that way. As we know, snow continues to fly, and oftentimes we have to reprioritize or move staff into areas that are appropriate. The service level document articulates the accomplishments that can be achieved by staff, and it's looking at a 48-hour maximum realistically once the snow has completely stopped snowing in terms of achievability of what you see here today. So to reprioritize is always possible. It would push them above other locals, and you would classify all commercial as one entity in terms of an additional service model, and it could effectively be done. It would add to the duration of time and the complexity that staff are out there, and it could add additional costs. So there could be an analysis done on that. I would just, harken back to the point in terms of what staff are currently historically and now delivering in terms of being super effective and timely, and the change, although maybe meaningful to the particular commercial class, but it may only delay or improve their opportunity by hours versus any other significant change of achievement.
Paula?
Yeah, thanks for that. What I'll do is, in case they're not watching, I'll provide them with the link to the council meeting so they can hear these comments, and I think that'll provide some reassurance. Thanks.
Yeah, and historically, when I've gotten complaints, as I suppose manager of the complaints department, when I followed up with staff, normally the people who are frustrated have already been dealt with, even though I'm following up fairly quickly. And there's just sometimes a bit of a misunderstanding on, like, when it snows, it doesn't mean that your street will be done immediately. But again, I don't think there historically have been many times, unless there's a really extreme weather events that would cause the plows not to keep up to the service standard that was expressed here. Like 48 hours is pretty good. So I thought I saw another lay. Okay. Been moved and seconded. I'll give Mr. Shaw the last word.
Just have one last thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for indulging me. Now that we've said snow like 100 times, we could all just knock on wood, get us through the Christmas season. That would be appreciated. Thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I believe my training session to get recertified as a snow instructor got delayed this weekend. So we'll, yeah. All right, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And motion carries. Perfect. And we'll move into pickleball court needs assessment option analysis, and I'll give it to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, very excited for Joy Chan to provide an overview of our pickleball needs and culture, pickleball court needs assessment options analysis prior to my time, but I'm told this was one of the largest meetings that we've ever had with people interested in pickleball. So that's really exciting for us to come forward with this. So, Ms. Chan.
Thanks for that. And I should just comment that yesterday while I was in Vancouver, somebody who used to live in Courtenay asked me how the pickleball courts were going. And I was able to tell them it's on the agenda. So
Thank you to the mayor through council. We're here to present the pickleball needs assessment and the pickleball options analysis. In addition, I request direction from council to proceed with a detailed design and construction of 6 new dedicated pickleball courts at Lewis Park. This is a response to direction from council at the February 8th, 2023 council meeting to prepare a report assessing current usage and outlining options which would make optimal use of the city's outdoor courts. And then also direction through the September 17th, 2025 strategic priorities to add new pickleball courts and through Parks and Recreation. So staff engaged Lennar Consulting to develop a pickleball needs assessment and an options analysis. I will hand over the floor to James Goodwin from Lennar Consulting, who's joining us tonight via Zoom, and he will present their findings.
Great. Thank you, Joy. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to be joining you tonight to share a progress update on the project, the pickleball options analysis. The city is looking at building new pickleball courts and has undertaken work to determine the best locations for these within city parks. And our team has been supporting, helping to determine present needs and then helping to narrow in on some suitable locations. Next slide, please. So just a brief overview of the topics I'm going to cover in this overview presentation. We'll quickly talk about the project process. Next, I'll share some information on the background research the team has conducted. After that, I'll provide a summary of some of the development of recommendations that have occurred. And then lastly, give some information on proposed next steps. Next slide, please. So at a high level, this gives an idea of the 3 phases the project has been undergoing. In phase 1, it was focused on developing an understanding of pickleball needs within the community. So what the design best practices were, state of current facilities, and that was for both the city and the wider Comox Valley. In phase 2, we then built upon this knowledge to develop a list of candidate park sites before narrowing down to 2 potential preferred locations. And then we're here today to present the outcomes of this process and note some proposed next steps. Next slide, please. So on the following slides, I'll share some of the highlights from the initial phase, the research and analysis. Next slide. Thank you. So at the start of the project, we undertook a best practices review to determine items like spatial needs and the associated requirements for contemporary pickleball courts. And these included topics ranging from siting requirements to court sizes, materiality, drainage, safety, and also what makes for a successful multi-court hub. And then also lastly, and quite importantly too, an understanding of the noise generated in a typical park environment and how this might impact surrounding residential land uses. I should say for this last point, we relied on an acoustic study conducted by the BC Recreation and Parks Association and Pickleball BC. And they were really looking at determining what best practices were for setback distances from municipal pickleball courts to adjacent residential land uses. And this was a really critical item to understand, as one of the biggest sources of conflict for pickleball courts is often the perceived noise as it relates to residential properties. So choosing a site that meets or exceeds these distances was going to be important. Next slide, please. We also spoke with local interest groups to determine what needs existed within the Comox Valley. This included the Comox Valley Pickleball Association and the Comox Valley Tennis Club. And what we learned by talking to these groups is there's currently a high demand for courts, and the amount of space is not currently adequate to meet all those needs. And also speaking with both clubs, it reinforced for us that shared courts are not preferred for both availability, but also for safety reasons. Next slide, please. We then conducted a needs assessment to further build upon these initial findings and research, and that included understanding the state of pickleball in Courtenay and the Comox Valley today. We mapped all existing indoor and outdoor courts and also looked at anticipated population growth, including conducting a benchmarking analysis on court supply related to that. And what we found was that there are limited dedicated pickleball courts in the region, and that supply of courts is lower than average compared to other jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So based on these findings, we determined that Courtenay will need 4 to 6 courts in the immediate term, and the preference should be given to locating these in a single location to create a hub. In the longer term, continued population growth and the popularity of the sport means more courts may be needed in the 5 to 10 year time horizon. Next slide, thank you. So once our team developed this background snapshot and a list of the initial requirements, we then moved on to developing some recommendations to address the shortfall. Next slide. So we started with an initial analysis of all of the City of Courtenay's parks, and we looked at their suitability as sites for pickleball court facilities. So all public parks within the city were assessed, and then a subset were chosen for further analysis. Some of the criteria that were used included space availability, park character, parking availability, general accessibility, location within the city, and park orientation. And then sort of harking back to that sound issue, one critical item we also studied was distance to residential properties for each of the parks. And this was an important consideration, just making sure that we mitigated any sound conflicts moving forward. And the analysis really highlighted that for each park, the best ones, or the ones that kind of quickly rose to the top of the pile, were the ones with the largest distances from residential uses. So using these criteria, we then reduced to 2 preferred sites, both of which showed good potential as locations for pickleball courts. So Lewis Park was identified as a highly suitable park. It already contains a wide range of services that would be complementary, including current recreational and sporting amenities. It also has a large distance from residential uses, good spatial extents, and for these reasons was seen as a very good candidate. It has a great court location. So next to the existing tennis courts, there's level ground with good access. Again, there's that large distance to residential properties, meaning noise will not be a concern. And it also has a central location within the city, and it's well connected for mobility options. I should note that there currently are horseshoe pits in the preferred site, but further consultation with the Comox Valley Horseshoe Club is proposed, and it will help to identify to where these may be relocated. Next slide, please. This park would not be without its challenges. So those include the existing parking. It would likely not meet the capacity for peak periods. So during peak pickleball play periods, those might coincide with things like increased use at the baseball diamonds. And at those times, parking could be a challenge. There's also the proximity to the Courtenay River. So potential flooding concerns do exist. As well, in 2023, an archaeological overview assessment was conducted for the park. At the time, it did indicate a low potential for intact archaeological remains. However, unknowns do exist, and there would be permitting complexities related to these 2 items. And on the next slide, we can see where the proposed siting within this park would be. So south of the existing tennis courts, and you can also see notes there too, to the distances to existing residential. And both of those distances sort of greatly exceed the proposed setbacks from that acoustic study mentioned previously. Next slide. Another park the team determined was also a good second option was Bill Moore Memorial Park. It also has a suitable park character and has space for potential pickleball courts. The location for courts in this park would be south of the existing Long Bowling Club. This proposed location would require extensive groundwork upgrades as the site currently slopes in that area. Distances to residential properties are also shorter than best practices guidelines would suggest are needed. So for these reasons, it was seen as a suitable park. However, the level of compromise meant it was considered a secondary option. Next slide. But some benefits to Bill Moore include increased parking capacity. So being able to rely on the surrounding roadways during peak periods was definitely a plus. And also the permitting would be relatively more straightforward. There would be items like building permits required for some of the retaining walls for the groundwork upgrades, but it wouldn't have the complexities around the this permitting to do with either being close to a river or the archaeological sort of permitting requirements. And the next slide shows where the proposed location for courts within this park would be. But should note that those orange arrows showing the distance to residential at 50 meters do not meet the best practices setback distances from the acoustic study. So the decision is to recommend Lewis Park, and it was based on the analysis conducted. This table summarizes the various factors, with each weighted to highlight how the various aspects compare to one another, along with a brief description of how the rating was conducted. And to further inform the decision, schematic designs were also generated for both parks. And this allowed the team to create some high-level cost considerations. Costs for Bill Moore would be anticipated to be higher due to earthworks and the relative complexity of the chosen location, although the anticipated permitting costs for Lewis Park also increase the budget on that side. Next slide, please. So with the background research and recommendations developed, the project does have a list of anticipated or proposed next steps. Next slide. So we're looking forward to hearing some feedback from council. And once a preferred site is finalized, we anticipate conducting further engagement with both the public and interest groups. We, at that time, would discuss various aspects of the design. We would then progress the design of the courts for the preferred site before finalizing detailed design ahead of a tender and construction. Next slide. So with that, I'll thank you for your time. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present this brief presentation, and I'll pass it back to Joy for some further remarks.
Thank you, James, to the mayor of the council. So in summary, through the analysis and valuation of both sites, both Bill Moore and Lewis Park were highly preferred. However, with the anticipated sound conflicts that Bill Moore presents, both with the adjacent residential and also the lawn bowling activities, we recommend right now that the Lewis Park would be the preferred location. In addition, staff have recently launched the Bill Moore and Dogwood Park strategic park planning process. Through that process, we need to consider any additional park amenities through the master planning process, and that could include pickleball courts in the future to meet the long-term need identified, as James stated, through the pickleball needs assessment, provided that these sound conflicts can be mitigated, and that can sometimes be done through design, through the design work. Lewis Park is preferred because of several reasons. It fits well with the site being an established community park destination. It's a sports hub already, and it has the supporting park amenities in place. The parking issues can be reviewed through the upcoming strategic park planning processes. So there's a Lewis Park master plan process that will happen in 2028, and the parking will be reviewed not only for pickleball, but for other uses in the park. We also are looking to the 6th Street active transportation bridge that will support active transportation modes to the site. The DVLAP process, so that's also looking at the interaction between downtown and Lewis Sims Park. So through that process, there's a recommendation for a river exit on the west side of the river. So if you recall, during the summer, there's a great number of tubers that come into the park and park along the parking along the river there, and they could be there for up to 4 or 5 hours. So potentially by creating maybe an alternative exit point from the river, we could drive community who are using the river to the downtown core and use the services there, which includes parking. And so with that, we have the following recommendations, and we open the floor for any question.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Quite relieved to see this report coming forward. I know it's been a minute since we had that delegation, and I think I recall at the delegation discussions around the horseshoe pitch. So it sounds like that we've kind of come full circle, and that seems to be the recommendation. So glad to see that we have a plan to move forward. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the comprehensive report. I just had a quick question about the partner in parks, and I don't know that I remember that particular fund. It says tax funded. Does that mean like local tax funds, like property taxes, or some other tax?
Through the mayor, through council, that would be revenue tax, so local revenue.
Yeah, well, we created that. Okay, sorry if I don't remember. Good job. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. Oh, Mr. Garvey.
Sorry. Through the mayor, so that's a long-standing program that's been in place, stretching many, sorry, I don't know exactly when it was initiated, but it was to undertake this type of work that's of great community interest. And so what we're doing is, in responding to this demonstrated community need, this is a way to move forward and address this. And I would say that reflects council's raising for us how we can leverage types of projects under works and that we have already inside our functioning budget.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, happy with the report. Happy to see this moving forward. I think either site would have been a good news story, but I agree that my preference would lead more toward Lewis Park. And just that there's I think a greater community benefit having something, a facility like this close to downtown and more centrally, even with the parking challenges. I had a question around lighting. It was mentioned in the engagement report, but then it wasn't spoken to after that. And I'm just looking at a schematic that was provided in there, our post, but I don't see if lights are in the design, or I didn't see that highlighted directly, but I know that that's kind of one of the gaps that's been identified on the site in Comox is that the lighting isn't adequate for playing in the dark, and just want to make sure that we're contemplating that as a feature as well.
Thank you to the mayor, to Councillor McCollum. So we potentially left lighting out because of the additional cost. It would drive the budget up from what our preliminary findings to upwards over $500,000. So at this time, we just to ensure that we have pickleball courts installed, we decided just to focus on the courts alone, but doesn't say in the future that we can't expand based on the park master plan process, if that is definitely a need that's required.
And I wonder then if we could consider at least, putting in the underground infrastructure for it while we're preparing the site, even if we're not putting in the light posts. Another opportunity might be to go out to the community and see if someone wants to sponsor the lighting at that facility. I know there's a lot of keen pickleball players that may feel like they want to do some fundraising to get that facility usable in the evening hours. And, it's probably cheaper to plan for that now than add it as a separate amenity later.
I'll pass it over to Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. Council could give direction that within the budget that we currently have, so $850,000, that if that envelope allows for it, to include lighting in it. It's not currently in the design, but if that is a priority of council, because this is a Class D estimate, so it has quite a bit of contingency, which may need to be used for other things, to be clear. But council could give direction to include lighting if the budget allows, as it is. We absolutely can continue to talk to our pickleball partners around their contribution. The $50,000 that's listed there is what they've committed to at this point, and we can match it with our partners in parks. We would be unable to match any additional contributions as our partners in parks is limited to $50,000 per year. And then we could talk about what we can do sort of within the budget envelope. The other addition is that when we're doing the Lewis Park strategic planning, we'll be looking at, I'm sure, at lighting for sports fields, and so we can consider it at that time. But if council wants to provide sort of clear direction to include it in the scope of work, if the budget as is allows, we can offer that clarity. But if other costs come in, it'll be something that wouldn't make the cut at that time.
Sorry, just a follow-up comment. That makes sense to me if there's an opportunity to include it. I am curious to hear, or I think it might be valuable to do a little engagement with the Pickleball Association and see if that's a priority for them, because it may instigate further discussion as to what they'd like to see. And if it's not really highlighted as a you know, maybe the win really is just getting the courts in and they're, you know, willing to let that go and put their efforts towards. I know they have other projects that they're focused on as well. So maybe I will leave that up to you to talk to them and see if that's something that we should give more consideration to later.
All right, thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Moran.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a couple questions. Hopefully I can slide them in. So yeah, I was excited to see this, did a social media post about it, tried to get the word out there that we were going to be talking about it tonight. So question about, yeah, I'm in agreement with the priority to Lewis Park, but it sounds like in that longer term plan, the 5 to 10 years, potentially Bill Moore could be down the road. Is that a possibility? I mean, it would still stay in the top priority list or whatever.
Thank you to the mayor through council. So yes, definitely through the Bill Moore and Delbrook Park strategic park plan process, we can look at that. But I guess we have to also figure out how we mitigate the sound conflicts. So that would have to be considered through a detailed design and future process, but also in the long term, the assessment, we also need to look at the time if verify whether pickleball courts are needed at that time. So through the assessment, it did say review the growth and the participation at that time, and then determine if pickleball courts are needed. Also, in 5 to 10 years, we'll know then what other park properties we have. So it may be at that time we'll have more community parks to consider for pickleball courts.
Right, fair enough. I take Councillor McCollum's point that it is an excellent location, but I'm still hopeful that we can get more amenities on the other side of the river. I think you have the opportunity of, you know, Cumberland, Royston, Union Bay folks coming, making it easier for them, where there is a lot of growth, not necessarily at Bill Moore, but just consideration for future. And I did have a question about the sound mitigation, and I'm not sure if our consultant has an answer around what is generally used for that, and what's the added cost to if you did go with somewhere like Bill Moore and needed that. What's the added cost for those measures?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. So the acoustic study recommends a number of different possibilities for reducing sound. They could be constructed sort of infrastructure approaches. So create a berm. One of the examples they list is a 3-meter tall berm. It'll block noise. Cost for that, I don't have an exact figure, would be nominal. At a location like Bill Moore, where you're going to be doing excavation, you could probably use some of that existing fill to create your berm on site. And then there's some, you know, costs related to sort of earth moving and sort of hydroseeding on top, but it wouldn't be extravagant. There are also other options in the way that you design and build the court. So changing court surfacing, providing sound dampening equipment is also a possibility. There are specialized paddles out there people can use. Costs for that aren't high for the paddles themselves. The court surfacing might be a bit higher. Apologies, again, I don't know those costs. Those start to run into complexities where you're asking people to use pre-provided equipment rather than bring their favorite paddle from home. So there are pros and cons to each. There's definitely possibilities, but those would have to be explored further.
Right, but it sounds like there are options, and some of them may not be that costly. Can I have one more, Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay, so the last one is around well, it's about noise, but I also wanted to touch on the lighting. Does the lighting at the baseball diamond, would it not illuminate the pickleball courts? Because it seems pretty bright. I was down there a lot this past summer.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Moran. It would provide some ambient lighting, but not direct lighting. And so depending on who's playing, that may or may not be adequate, and depending on the season, et cetera.
Right,
So
it
I
wouldn't
think
be sort of to the the sort of accessibility standards or whatever.
And it's also turned on according to baseball permits. So it's not on all the time. It's only scheduled to be on when there's permitted activities on the diamonds. So it would be tied to.
But I mean, there's a potential that people could use the courts when it's lit. And then I guess the question around the noise was, because I was at the baseball diamond a lot this past spring with a family member. Like how I haven't been around pickleball and the noise. So how disturbing is it to other people recreating right beside?
Through the mayor to Councillor Morin. What we've learned and know about pickleball is that the noise impacts, I think, are most impactful to residential neighbors when it's a source of constant noise and it's at a certain sort of pitch and decibel that is quite disruptive, to be honest, to sort of your personal living. When there's a lot of ambient noise, such as baseball games, tennis, summer camps, people at the park, it's going to blend in a little bit more. We did hear questions and concerns about the impact of pickleball noise on baseball from our Parks and Rec Advisory Commission. But staff would recommend that trade-off would be appropriate and that it's still a much better location from a noise perspective than being close to residential properties where folks should be able to enjoy sort of the peace and comfort of their home without the constant pinging.
I'll just have to cheer much louder when I'm watching baseball. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morin. And I don't see any further questions or comments. Okay, it's been moved in second. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. All right, pickleball. We can put a check next to that one. It's on its way. Fantastic. Yes, good as done. All right, next we got 7.3.2 park bench donation policy and implementation strategy, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, Ms. Chan is also going to introduce this report that's been coming for quite a while. A lot of staff work and specific council direction that stretches back a number of years with multiple councils involved. So over to Ms. Chan, please.
Thank you to the mayor, through council. So we are seeking council approval of the new park bench donation policy, attached to the report, and the receipt of the park and donation bench guidelines. So the little background, the original memorial bench donation program was put on hold in 2008. This was due to the city unable to meet community demand for memorial benches in popular locations, generating a wait list of over 100 people. Staff presented a report to council in April of 2019 with a recommendation to cancel the program for the following reasons. The fee for the program was insufficient to cover the administrative and operational impacts of the program. It was a highly subsidized service benefiting a small group of donors. The donor expectations exceeded the terms of the program. So a donated bench, even though it indicated in the forms would be for 10 years, there was the perception that they would be in place in perpetuity. Despite clear language, again, in the application form, the donor may not have shared these program details with their immediate family members. At that time, council directed staff to discontinue the memorial bench program, and the next steps would be to return to council with a decommissioning policy. However, due to COVID-19, that decommissioning policy did not come to council. Fast forward to 2024, so at the request of council, staff presented a staff report providing different costing, different memorial bench options and what that would look like. We based it on the benefit-based continuum that was proposed through the recreation fees and charges frameworks. So the higher the individual benefit that a service provided, the lower the proposed tax subsidy. So council directed staff to create a new bench donation program, including a policy, establish a new fee at 100% cost recovery, and proceed with a decommissioning policy that was included in the staff report. So in early 2025, we notified past donors by letter. However, due to outdated contact information, a lot of those letters came back, and several there were no responses. So we provided some additional notification to the community through social media posts and newspaper ads. We did receive several responses back, but it also included, well, most of the people were fine with receiving the plaque back and understood that the program was over. That we also received a handful of responses from mostly family members who are not agreeing with the 10-year term and were under the impression that the memorial program was a program that the bench would be there in perpetuity, similar to what you would see in a cemetery. So with the history and knowledge of the issues associated with the original program and our recent review of other jurisdictional policies with bench programs, we are proposing today a new program and associated policy. And also included with that is the park and donation bench guidelines, and that established service levels for both park and donated benches. So the new program would have a new name. It would be the Park Bench Donation Program, moving away from the memorial program naming, because with the memorial program, it was associated with the products that you would find in a cemetery. This would allow such things as tributes or commemoration benches. There's also policy language on the acceptable wording on plaque that's appropriate in a recreation or park setting. Also ensuring that we are supporting inclusive and respectful places in our parks. The fees are aiming to be at 100% recovery. It's based on a review of the cost of a new bench, the installation, the maintenance and repair for the 10-year term, and also the administration required for this type of program. This is our best estimate at this time would be the fee would be approximately $5,500. But however, should we proceed with the implementation of the program, we would look at the process and procedures and return to council with an updated cost based on review of the processes. Similarly to the original program, there would be a charitable tax receipt issued to the donor, and also clear language in the form that once the bench is donated, it becomes under the ownership of the city. And this is to meet the Revenue Canada agency criteria for a donation. So it'll be very clear. The maintenance repair of these benches will follow suit with the same standards as our other benches that we have in our park inventory. Locations of benches that are eligible for donation will align with the guidelines in terms of there will be no overcrowding because they would be following the spacing identified in the park and donation guidelines. As we don't want to distract from other park amenities. It's been an issue with other municipalities where they have overcrowding of benches and they're all. So for the new program, past owners will have an opportunity to donate a new bench at their existing site. And if they decide not to do so, we will then turn to waitlisted individuals, and then after that to new potential public members who are interested in participating in the program. And new locations will be prioritized in community parks, next neighborhood parks, and then our trails and greenways. So the policy is very important. It ensures that the program is operated in a fair, transparent, and consistent and sustainable manner. But we like to note that despite the policy, even though there's the generous donation of these park benches through these donors, we're still going to face the issue, as we've seen recently, where the donors' family members after 10 years may not recall that this is a donated program, it belongs to the city, and feel that it should be an item that should remain in its location for perpetuity. There's often an emotional connection to this bench, and as council have seen recent correspondence, that becomes a marker, a place for family to visit when they want to remember their loved one. So if council were to direct staff to proceed with the implementation, the next steps would be to develop the program in more detail, map locations, review the cost to operate the program, and then update the fee or establish the fee through an update to the fees and charges and bylaw number 1673, 1992. And then after all that has done, we would open the program to the public. And with that resolution before you, I am happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that and kind of walking us through kind of how we got here and what the potential moves forward are. Also want to thank staff. Most of the questions I got, or like some of the frustration, was around the fact there was, I think, some confusion on the website that said that they had till December 2025 to retrieve the plaque. That's been updated and that part's been removed. The second thing is that most of the people that I talked to don't realize it ended in 2008. That's still an update I'd like to see on the website and in communications, because the way in which it's presented makes it sound like it stopped in 2019 when it actually stopped in 2008. So, and again, when, people are, as you have mentioned, have been somewhat emotional about this and frustrated, when they're presented with those pieces of data, it kind of helps them go, okay, it's definitely been something that isn't as recent as they may have thought in terms of when the plaques were put on. And I almost wonder if there's a way, because you alluded to the fact that, there is that feeling of this being in perpetuity, and if it's not in perpetuity, whether or not there's a way to have like an annual letter that goes out to whoever, or some way to kind of remind them that, what that runway is and that schedule is, so that there is a sort of a constant reminder. I don't know if it'll help, but it just seems like one thing that might help keep one contact more updated, because if people have their mail forwarded to them for a period of time, it may catch that, whereas a 10-year period might not. But those couple of comments, and mainly because I'm not sure about the rest of council, but I've gotten quite a few comments to me personally with folks. So I just want to share those things. With that, I'll pass over to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the report. I can't remember if the fees and charges bylaw has like an annual inflationary adjustment tied into it. Is that something that might be worth considering for this program? Also, I'm just thinking kind of dollars and cents, not to be crass about it, but like if you do a present value of some of these costs, it could end up being quite a bit more than 5,500, if that makes sense. Like if you wanted me to go pressure wash it, $50 is reasonable today, but what would I do in 5 years for? It's a different question. So it's something to consider. Thanks.
Thank you to the mayor, to Councillor Frisch. That's a very good point. And there could be some present value analysis that we need to look through. At this time, we were just doing a high level estimation based on, and also comparing to other municipalities, what they charge. So the problem is we don't know whether what cost recovery model they're using, but we've based our cost on discussions with operations and in terms of updating the fees and charges, it could be done annually. I know we do that for other services, so it could be as simple as that.
Yeah, and I don't know if it adds complexity to it, but would it be worthwhile offering people different terms, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? I don't know how long it makes sense to hold a bench in someone's name, but it's food for thought. I don't know if you've thought about that through.
Yeah, thank you, the mayor, through Councillor Frisch. So we've identified the 10-year term. It aligns with what other municipalities are providing, and also it makes it easier for us to track when it's a similar term for each bench as opposed to different terms.
Yeah, and the idea of CPI makes so much sense for so many things. I mean, we just had a discussion around DCCs where there's a sticker shock because so much time has transpired between the last update and if it's done on an annual basis, that might, and it's part of kind of the regular work plan, maybe that makes good sense. But some way to sort of make sure we're not getting as far behind otherwise. So, Councillor Morin.
Great, thanks, Mayor. I do have a little bit to say about this topic, so bear with me. It was in my first term that I brought forward a request about a bench, and you know, here we are this many years later, and I understand. I read all the reports. I understand all the rationale, and we want to move forward. But I think there are some learnings that have come out of this, and maybe because I grew up here, I'm getting more sort of comments towards me, just, you know, not necessarily in emails, but just, you know, it is a very emotional thing. People, I don't think, realize, I have my dad has a bench in Nanaimo. I mean, I grew up here, but he moved to Nanaimo. I've never gone to that bench, but if the bench is in a community where you still are, then people do go and visit it. And we did have some letters that I thought were actually quite moving about how grandchildren were going to the bench and all of that kind of stuff. So I understand that all the other communities, and I did my own research as well, do have a limit. But I think when you're in that place of loss and grieving, maybe that doesn't register. So I don't know if there's a way to help in that process. I actually kind of appreciate the idea that Mayor Wells has around reminders, even though it is an administrative thing. I can't remember how many benches we have.
Currently memorial benches, there are about
Yeah, with the plaques on them.
about 96.
Pardon me, sorry?
96.
Yeah. So yeah, it's 96 letters once a year. Maybe it's every 2 years. I don't know. But I would like to see us, you know, just try to do this in a better, more sensitive way. I know Nanaimo discontinued their bench program, so I have no idea if my family in Nanaimo got a plaque back or what. I haven't had a chance to talk to them. I just think that some of the comments that we've received, you know, I just want to listen to those for sure and see if we can do things a bit better. When I saw the Penticton example, they have 15 years plus renewable once for an additional 10 years. And I actually kind of liked that idea. If you have a young person in your family, say a young person, you know, someone dies and they're 20 and you do a bench. So like 10 years later, no more plaque. I don't know. It feels like 10 years is a bit too short, but we'd obviously have to work in how we were going to manage that. I do absolutely agree with 100% cost recovery. We shouldn't be subsidizing. Many families, you know, raise money in their family for a bench. I think there will still be people who will put out the money. So I don't know if those kind of considerations, you know, what comments you might have around extending like 15 years and a renewable once for an additional 10. And I don't know the way, you know, what the rest of council thinks about that. And then also possibly even a every 2-year reminder or something like that, try to keep better track. And maybe it's even just having something every year where we remind people, you know, on social media or whatever. I don't know what, but I think I would like to see a little bit more to the policy, because I think that, yeah, I think that it is something that we have heard a lot from the community about, and I would like to see us do a little bit better. So thank you for indulging me.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Morin. So staff did look at different terms as referenced in the report. The recommendation is 10 years for a couple of reasons. One, it's pretty standard across the board. There's a few that have longer ones. Because council has also selected to do a 100% cost recovery, making it a 15-year term would increase that cost, and that the costs we're currently at $5,500. is already sort of top of the sort of price range. So it may make it unaffordable for some. So I think that's one reason to keep it at the 10-year term at 100% cost recovery. It won't increase the cost substantially. Additionally, in our policy, when the 10-year term expires, that donor will have first priority to renew at that location. And we don't currently in the policy have a proposed limit on the number of renewals at that location. So in effect, someone could have that bench in perpetuity on multiple 10-year renewal cycles, but every 10 years they are purchasing a new bench, making a new donation, signing a new contract, and reaffirming their understanding. Plus the fee will be paid based on the fees and charges in place at that time. I take the suggestion around reminders, and I think there's something that staff could look at around certain sort of time frames of reminders. All of that would be calculated into the cost of the bench because we do account for administration costs in this program as well. As you've noted, it requires additional attention, more administration than other programs. And so it is quite administration heavy. And we are trying to, and while certain folks absolutely will donate benches in remembrance of loved ones, we're trying to expand that to be broader than us focus on memorial benches. My understanding from the discussions in 2008 and 2019 is that there was quite a discussion about whether memorial products are appropriate in park spaces. So we're trying to find the balance of finding ways for folks who want to make very generous donations of amenities to our park spaces, provide that opportunity while still maintaining that these are public assets and public spaces available to the public, and that there is no sort of private ownership or benefit beyond the plaque. So that's the rationale staff have tried to apply here. And I think staff are wanting to be very candid with council that with all of these parameters in place and all of this policy, we would still expect to have folks, when it comes to a memorial bench, that they're emotionally attached to, that even with very clear communication, at the end of 10 years, we will have folks who may be upset because the information hasn't been passed on, or it's a hard thing to deal with at that time. And we want to make sure council is aware of that as they make this decision.
Thank you. Can I ask another question about locations, Mayor?
Yes.
So in terms of locations, I guess the other piece of this is, obviously you have to have money to get a bench. So there's an equity issue there. So that sort of goes against what I'm saying. But there's also the piece around prime locations. And I really took that out of the report that, if you've got the $5,000 and the locations available, you get, there's only so many prime locations and everybody wants their bench down at the air park or something. So could you refresh my memory? Because we've done a lot of reading this week, just in terms of the piece around the location selection.
Yes, so thank you to the mayor through council. So through the park and donation guidelines, there are recommendations of the amount of benches and their spacing and their placement within a park. So as part of this process, we'll be identifying that at those prime locations, community parks, neighborhood parks. And so those will be available for donated benches. And then and as we fill those up, we will look at other areas too. Trails are also a good place to have them, but we don't want to just have staff decide. This is what the issue before is that staff didn't have any guidelines and we're just putting up benches because they thought it would be a good place to have a bench. But with these guidelines in place, I think we're being mindful and also just ensuring that we are not distracting from other park amenities and the enjoyment of the public.
Okay, thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. I had a couple other questions and comments. One, we talked about the 96 benches that we currently have, and I remember when I first got on council, and at that point I think we were just told to it had ended like years before. So there wasn't really any decision to be made immediately. Like, there would be something coming forward, which happened in 2019. But there, at that point, it sounded, I recall that there was like a large wait list. And I'm just wondering what that number is, because the 100 or 100-ish that we currently have, how does that weigh out against the wait list that we might not even be taking names on anymore? But
Thank you to the mayor and the council. So that wait list at the time is about 100 people. And we might have the same issues that we're having with contacting donors, that information may be outdated. Another thing that we found is when we were reaching out to donors of the amount that we were able to respond, approximately about 14 of them were interested in the new program. With the new proposed fees, we anticipate there be a lower demand. When the program first opened, I think the cost was about $800 for a donated bench, and so there might be interest based on the updated fees. That wait list, we will do our best attempts to contact those people through what we have, and then we'll go from there.
yeah, and you know, and I guess I'm trying to, the last thing was just trying to recall the logic of taking the plaques off when those that had plaques get the first option to have a plaque put on. And so that was one of the questions, probably one of the most common questions I got asked as well, was why were the plaques removed when there's an option to potentially put them back?
Well, thank you, the mayor and the council. So with the discontinuation of the program, that was actually something that should have been done at the time in 2019, but obviously it wasn't. Also with the new proposed policy, a lot of those plaques, the language would not meet the new guidelines in terms of moving away from a memorial plaque that you would find in a cemetery. Also a review of some of the plaques, some of them are not in very good condition. They're scratched up and they're visibly not in good condition. I think by respectfully returning them to the donors, we're actually honoring and being respectful. In the original application form, that indicated the city had the right to do whatever they want with those plaques and those benches. So I think we're going through an extra step to make sure that it's returned to the rightful family or interest holder in this case.
Excellent. No, I appreciate that clarification, because it was an answer I didn't have at the tip of my tongue, and so I really appreciate that and understand. So really appreciate giving that clarity. We do have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. Next, we have external reports from the Office of the Ombudsman, quarterly reports. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll just accept that as a report. Next, we have the Ombudsman meeting, and Mr. Garbutt.
Thanks. I heard receipt from council, so if there's any questions, happy to turn it over to Ms. Proton, but don't have anything to add.
All right. Any questions or comments about the meeting? Oh, we'll need a seconder. Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And with that, we'll receive that as well unanimously, and we'll go to the notice motion. Again, it's on the screen, and there's information on there, but I'll be speaking to that in January, our next meeting. And with that, I'll go into council reports. Start with Councillor Cole Hamilton, Councillor Frisch, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I know it's late, but I think this is important to acknowledge. First of all, I want to acknowledge that the sewer conveyance project reached a major milestone on Friday with the completion of the underground piping and the opening of Comox Road to two-way traffic. And I think we're all happy about that. It's also relevant to an issue that we've been dealing with over the course of the past year in relation to Back Road. And we had correspondence a month or so ago raising concerns about the police response to the concerns of Back Road residents with regards to traffic. And I received a response from Inspector Mercer. Council may recall that he wasn't able to attend the last council meeting he was scheduled to be at. So this question was raised and he has responded to it. So I just want to share that for the public record. So the first allegation, no matter how seriously dangerous the speeds or how reckless the behavior, the police have not responded to our calls, impounded a single vehicle, lifted a single license, nor operated an effective enforcement plan. The inspector says this is incorrect. Since taking command in July 2024, I've taken the concerns raised by the city of Courtenay, the individual involved in any commentary with Back Road. It was made apparent very early there were traffic concerns, mainly raised from residents in the area, that were not being addressed by the police, to include speeding, stunting, and dangerous driving. I took it upon myself to conduct random patrols on shift and off shift at various times of day to verify these concerns. During my own patrols, I did not find anything unique about this area that differed from any other well-traveled roadway. I consulted with various municipal and band officials who identified Back Road as a traffic priority. From this, I incorporated Back Road into our traffic safety plan and instructed our watches and municipal traffic to conduct patrols and meaningful traffic enforcement. I will not speak to the amount of traffic offenses, but I can assure that traffic enforcement has been done over the past year and a half and continues to be monitored. This traffic strategy has also been expanded to include our BC Highway Patrol and community partners like Citizens on Patrol, which monitored traffic speeds. I myself took part in some of these initiatives. I'll read the second one. Not a single person who lives on Back Road will back up your story that the police have since July council been conducting speed enforcement on Back Road. We've found no evidence through our resident survey. This follows the police department's promise to deliver a plan for Back Road at the city council meeting on July 16th. The inspector's response, this is a subjective statement that does not align with our enforcement efforts. In mid-September, our detachment conducted a joint task force effort with BC Highway Patrol and targeted speeders and impaired drivers along the Back Road corridor. A number of warnings, violations, and immediate roadside prohibitions were issued. The effort was well received on social media and was commented back to Mrs. Rice, the city of Courtenay. Anyway, he goes on. And the final point, it was alleged we conducted the resident survey following a call from the police inspector on September 4th, where we were promised the plan would start in September. We waited again. No one has witnessed any police enforcement on Back Road. And Inspector Mercer counters this as well by indicating that on September 11th, the detachment put out a media release, 40 means 40, cautioning the public on the speed, and conducted the traffic initiatives that are already noted. He concludes by saying that basically he has done his best to work with the community on this. And so I just wanted to put those comments on record, given the mail that we received and the public awareness of this issue. I know that it's been a strain for people living there, particularly at night when you have vehicles accelerating quickly up McDonald Road and such things. But hopefully the completion of the sewer conveyance project and the reopening of Comox Road to two-way traffic is going to help alleviate some of these concerns. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councillor Hillian, for highlighting that and bringing it forward. And again, congratulations as Chair of the Sewer Commission on that project completing. And really appreciate Inspector Mercer for following up and providing those detailed responses. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through the mayor. Councillor Hillian and I had a conversation. I am disappointed this the representative of this group has received significant attention, both by city resources and our RCMP, and I think it's very important to correct the public record. I have also received communication from this individual indicating that their concerns aren't being taken seriously. And I really feel it's important. Council is aware and understands how much resources and attention, including piloting our new traffic calming protocol in this corridor. We will continue to monitor this. We will work with the RCMP, who are, as evidenced by this email, active in the corridor, and report back to council on the effectiveness in this area. We are never going to be able to meet the needs of our entire community because council is also where we've received a number of contrasting commentary about the needs, or sorry, the lack of attention that this area requires. So at this point, the city considers the matter at a staff level to be concluded, as does the RCMP. So if council had any further questions, be happy to engage on that. But we're going to let our process unfold in accordance with our policies and report back to council.
All right. Thanks for that. Moving along, Councillor McCollum, did you have any comments? And Councillor Moran?
I'll be brief. I did enjoy my acting mayor duties while you were away, Mayor, and enjoyed judging the parade with Councillor Cole Hamilton and attending some other holiday festivities, and also the Day of Remembrance for the women who were the victims of the Montreal Massacre. So those are just a few of the activities over the last little while. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And as you stated, you were in my stead for quite a few things, but just today I did attend the Courtenay Volunteer Fire Department for the Stuff the Truck that was going on. So I did make the challenge there, and we'll reiterate it here. Just all elected officials, which includes our cousins at the school district, trustees, MPs, MLAs, et cetera, if they're able to either donate in cash or in kind to the Stuff the Truck that is going to benefit for the Comox Valley Food Bank. And although today it was at the Courtenay Fire Department on Cumberland Road, for the next 2 days, Thursday and Friday, it's going to be at Thrifty's on Cliff and 17th. So with that, yeah. Oh, okay. Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I just wanted to take this opportunity, as council is aware, to share that the Sims Summer Concert Series was named a 2025 Reader's Choice Award in the Arts and Entertainment Local Festival Concert and Event category by the Comox Valley Record Readers. Very exciting news, the first time that we've ever won this. So congratulations to all the staff and volunteers and musicians, and thank you to everyone who attends these incredible events every summer. From the organizers, I know they said this summer was what they felt one of their most successful, busiest. So we're just very honored to receive this award.
Fantastic, yeah. And yeah, just amazing work. And the crowds were always full. I know some people say that they can't go downtown anymore, but those summer series concerts, I mean, they were literally packed to the brim, and the music was fantastic. The vibe was awesome, and really fantastic to see that vibrancy in our downtown and at Sims Park. So appreciate that. And we have it in camera. All right, all those in favor? Any of?
Jeff, did you have the additional? That's great.
Okay, so what we have on the screen, we're just going to add one more section.
92B 3.
So we're going to add 92B3. That's been moved by Councillor Cole Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Frisch. And all those in favor? And any opposed? Motion carries. And that is the motion that's on the screen with the addition of 92B3. And with that, we're going in camera.